All right, council member, we are live on YouTube and it is now 12:30. You may begin when you are ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Friday, June 4th, 2021, and the time is now 12:31 p.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee on the fiscal year 2022 budget of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, the Office of Religious Affairs, the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives, and the Office of Veterans Affairs. Our first agency today is the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. To quote the law, the office is tasked with providing technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to the Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. The office has a critical mission of supporting 296 elected advisory neighborhood commissioners split across 40 commissions. The duties of the office are diverse, including providing training and general advice to commissioners, supporting commissions with FOIA requests, creating document templates for commissions, providing technical assistance with email accounts, briefing commissioners on pending legislation and judicial decisions, and reviewing commission quarterly financial reports. The work of the office is important precisely because the commissions themselves are so important to our form of government. Our commissioners are volunteers elected by their neighbors, both to provide constituent services and to ensure that every neighborhood's voice is heard by the administration and the council. Simply put, our commissioners hold everyone in government accountable to our residents at the most local level. But commissioners can't do their job alone. They frequently have a day job and generally are not career administrators, which is why they need help with the administrative and technical aspects of their work. The Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions is meant to provide that support and make the work of the commissions possible. The fiscal year 2022 proposed budget for our advisory neighborhood commissions would have the budget for the office stay the same at $831,000, supporting 5.5 FTEs or full-time equivalent employees. The funding transferred directly to commissions is proposed to stay flat at $800,000. While the proposed budget this year is flat, over the past 2 years, I've increased funding for the commissions by $122,000, the first increase in years, tripled the funding for communications communications access for those who are deaf, hard of hearing, or have disabilities, fully funded language translation services, provided more than $160,000 annually to support commissions with audiovisual technology, printing, website support, and remote meeting support, funded implicit bias training for commissioners, and added staff to the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. I have to say I'm profoundly disappointed in the inability of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions to turn the substantially increased resources provided by the committee into meaningful new supports for our commissions. We have followed up continuously with the office over the last year, but we have seen very little progress. In my recent conversations with the director, it became clear why we have not seen progress. It is the position of the office that our commissioners do not really need additional support. That position has held firm despite repeated testimony from commissioners at these hearings, despite resolutions from various commissions, despite the repeated findings of this committee, and despite the resources we provided that are waiting to be used. Director Simon frankly told me that he has not moved with urgency to implement the directives and the investments of this committee, like providing commissioners with printing, website support, audiovisual technology, remote meeting funding, communications technology support, and expanded on-demand trainings because he felt those services were not necessary or in demand. That decision to slow walk the implementation of new services and supports funded by this committee has resulted in tens of thousands of dollars being left unused while commissioners simultaneously and continuously reach out to me asking for the types of services we already funded. Understandably, Commissioners are hoping we will finally see results this fiscal year. We will not be able to get the most out of our ANCs and bring this system into the 21st century without vision and leadership from the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. My goal is to systematically strengthen the role of our ANC commissioners to make the job manageable by everyday people who feel called to step up to represent and support their communities. But it will be difficult to continue to grow our investment in our commissions without implementation of the investments we already made. That's why this year, I'm looking at ways we can bring the commissioners together and set a new direction for this office going forward. To that end, I hope to fund a strategic plan for the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions to create a more formal way to funnel the many and I think valuable requests for support that I get from commissioners. The strategic plan can help the city catch up with the evolving demands of ANCs and the tools they need to carry out their duties. Our second agency today is the Office of Religious Affairs. The Office of Religious Affairs coordinates between the District of Columbia government agencies and the faith community to address citywide issues. The Office of Religious Affairs has been an invaluable resource during the COVID public health emergency. The agency leads the city's coordination with religious institutions that also serve as community and cultural centers for many of our residents to make sure we are working in coordination and that we hear the needs of these institutions. The Office of Religious Affairs has provided the council with key information about how religious communities have been coping through the last year and a half with COVID, with grief from loss, the hate crimes committed against their houses of worship, and now with the reopening and recovery phase of the pandemic, in which congregations can once again meet in person. The Office of Religious Affairs fiscal year 2022 budget has been reduced by $114,000, the entirety of which was previously budgeted for a support specialist position. The position was never filled, and the administration has indicated it does not intend to expand the office beyond Director Bowen, who currently manages the office alone. Aside from this reduction, the office does not appear to have any other changes to its budget. The proposed budget contains very limited information about this agency's intended use of its allocated funds, so we will discuss Director Bowen's plans and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. Our third agency will be the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives. The Commission for Women was established in 1978 through the District of Columbia Commission for Women Act of 1978. Today, the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives serves alongside the Commission for Women. The office's stated mission is to enhance the health and quality of life for all women and their families within the District of Columbia, foster economic opportunities for women by establishing public and private partnerships, engage women and girls in civic life by sharing service opportunities, and empower communities and organizations to advocate for policy and systemic change that help women thrive. This mission statement is undoubtedly bold for an agency of its size, and I'm interested to hear more from Director Porter on what it has in store for this upcoming fiscal year. The proposed budget for the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives for fiscal year 2022 is $313,000, an 8.75% decrease from last year's total budget of $343,000. The Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives falls within the Office of Community Affairs' budget. As I mentioned, it is a small agency with a staff of 3 full-time employees. Relative to its size, however, the office has substantial authority, being tasked with conducting studies, reviewing progress, developing and conducting programs in areas like sex discrimination, employment practices, education, and childcare. The office also has a unique relationship with its commission, the Commission for Women. I'm interested in digging into the interplay between the office and the commission and learning more about the upcoming goals of the office and how the commission will play a role in achieving these goals in the next fiscal year. Our final agency for today's hearing is the Office of Veterans Affairs. The office's purpose under the law is to provide advocacy, support, and as appropriate, and information services to veterans, their dependents, and their survivors concerning federal and district laws and regulations affecting benefits and claims. Among its specific duties are to assist veterans with finding employment and obtaining local and federal benefits, identifying and meeting unmet needs, educating the public about the needs of veterans and their families, research the demographics of veterans, represent and secure representation for veterans before the Federal Board of Veterans Appeals, initiate and support legislation beneficial to veterans, and much more. In short, the job of the Office of Veterans Affairs is to ensure that residents who serve their country in the armed forces come home to the district to find support for themselves and their families in recognition of the debt we all owe them for their service and sacrifice. The proposed fiscal year 2022 budget of the Office of Veterans Affairs is $934,156, an increase of 10.8% or $91,000. This change reflects the addition of $114,000 for a new Veteran Services Officer, offset by a $22,000 reduction in professional services. I'm looking forward to a discussion about what this new position will deliver for our residents and about how the office's priorities in the upcoming fiscal year will benefit the city. I will now turn to my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chairman White, for holding this budget hearing today and for all of your leadership on the myriad of issues that we're going to be discussing this afternoon. I really appreciate the work of the office of our advisory neighborhood commissions, the Office of Religious Affairs, the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives. Their efforts have made DC a safer and more welcoming place for our neighborhoods, religious minorities, the LGBTQ community, and women. And the pandemic has highlighted the importance of grassroots level of democracy. Our advisory neighborhood commissions have supported both residents and our businesses during this extremely challenging year and a half. And as the Ward 2 council member, I am so appreciative of the partnership of all of our Ward 2 ANCs who have been extremely helpful throughout the year in making sure that we are being responsive to all of our constituents and their various needs and challenges. During Pride Month this month, I especially want to note the important work of the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and I'm thrilled to be celebrating our vibrant LGBTQIA+ community in DC throughout the month. While I am pleased to see the increased investments in the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, I am very concerned about the stagnant budget that we see in our ANCs and the decreased funding for the Office of Women's Initiatives and the Office of Religious Affairs. Our Office of Veterans Affairs needs additional support. The resources that we provide to our neighbors who have served our country are not currently sufficient, and we have to do more. And I'll note, as the first woman to represent Ward 2 in a year when we have a majority of women on our council, I am particularly interested to hear about how we can do more to support our women in DC and make sure that we are being creative in our approaches to getting women back to the workforce and providing all the supports that they need throughout this year. So looking forward to reviewing the budgets of all of the offices today and the potential ramifications of some of the proposed cuts. So thank you again, Chairman White, for everything, and look forward to hearing the witnesses.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your work on this committee and digging into these agency budgets. We will now turn to our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call on those on our witness list in the order that they are on the list. When I do call you, the staff will promote you, the witnesses named, so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you will be brought back into the hearing as a panelist. At that time, witnesses will be able to unmute themselves. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will be provided with 5 minutes to testify. Our first panel of public witnesses are George Kerr, Jaber Bowles, Debbie Steiner, Chander J. Rahman, and I think that's it, but I am double checking. T.R. Craig. If I missed anyone, please let my team know and you will be promoted. I know we have a number of commissioners on the next several panels. George Kerr, you can begin when you are ready. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon, Council Member, our Chairman White and Council Member Pinto, and staff of the Committee on Government Operations and Facility. I am George Kerr III, he, him, his pronouns. And I am the CEO of G3 Associates, LLC, and a U.S. Navy vet, which brought me here in 1989. I represent LGBTQ Budget Coalition. Thank you for holding this budget hearing focused on the Office on Veterans Affairs. I know firsthand the struggle many in our community go through. Many have shunned the label veteran altogether, as I did when I was honorably discharged in April 1993 after the change in policy around Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Most LGBTQ veterans I've worked with identify more closely with the LGBT community than the veterans community. We are the forgotten community, especially here in DC. Over the Memorial Day holiday weekend, I participated in the DC Center's LGBTQ Veterans Voices Against Violence open mic. It was moving to hear the hurt my community has experienced from their military career and as a veteran. The DC government and the Mayor's Office for Veterans Affairs must listen to the pain we continue hearing in the community. This stresses the importance of the Office on Veterans Affairs LGBTQ roundtables. I am continuing to recommend establishing the LGBTQ Veterans Coordinator in the Office on Veterans Affairs. The proposed position is intended to supplement the Mayor's Office on Veterans Affairs current structure and a dedicated LGBTQ veteran advocate and coordinator. I've attached the job description. There is also a lack of data on the particularly vulnerable populations of veterans who experience in their time of service subject to stresses and circumstances that call for special attention. Councilmember, I heard you say that part of the Mayor's Office on Veterans Affairs was to collect data from the community. Well, my community's data has not been collected. Creating this position now would like advantage of the Biden administration's inclusive stance towards the LGBTQ people in the military by building connection within our community and the Veterans Administration Hospital. While speaking before the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, President Biden's VA Secretary said that he wants all veterans, including women veterans, veterans of color, and the LGBTQ veterans to feel welcome at the VA hospitals. We look forward to working closely with the agency and Director Tamango to address these concerns. I would like to wish my LGBT family happy Pride Month and to thank you, Councilmember White and Councilwoman Pinto, for being an ally. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available to answer questions you may have with my testimony.
Thank you so much. Tiara Craig, are you on? I know you were logging in. There we are. You can begin when you're ready.
It would help if I were not on mute. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and Councilmember Pinto. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. I'm Tiara Craig. I'm the Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer on the Board of Directors for the DC Center for the LGBT Community. The DC Center helps support the LGBT community in the district through direct services, support groups, community events, and helping new LGBTQ organizations reach their potential. I'm also a combat service disabled United States Army veteran. When I moved to DC in 2017, I immediately went to the DC Center to find community. Community as a woman, as a lesbian, as a person of color, and as a veteran. DC Center partners with many LGBTQ organizations across the city, including the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs and the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much for holding a monthly roundtable specifically to address LGBT veteran issues and concerns. My ask today is to support, from a budgetary standpoint, a permanent, sustainable community space to allow LGBTQ people in the district, including veterans, to have a safe, inclusive, permanent space to hold peer groups, to hold our free counseling sessions for those LGBT veterans that suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental illnesses that they can't talk to their medical providers for, as well as our program for Center Military. And we're asking for DC's continued support in helping us as we recover from this pandemic, find a safe and sustainable place to continue to hold our efforts. I thank you for considering this request, and I'm also available to answer any questions you may have of my testimony.
Thank you very much. Japer Bowles, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Robert White, as well as Councilmember Pinto, for your time today. My name is Japer Bowles, and in this capacity, I'm representing the Capitol Stonewall Democrats, which is formerly the Gertrude Stein Democratic Club, as the Vice President of Legislative Affairs. Capitol Stonewall Democrats is a founding member of the DC LGBTQ Budget Coalition, which seeks to advocate for dedicated resources for the LGBTQ+ community. Today, I'm here to implore the committee to support Chairman White's budget request to establish an LGBTQ+ Veterans Coordinator in the Office of Veteran Affairs. The proposed position is intended to supplement the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs current structure with a dedicated LGBTQ+ Veterans Advocate and Coordinator. As this committee is well aware, DC has the highest per capita LGBTQ+ population of any state, with roughly 10% of the population identifying as LGBTQ+. The DMV is also the 6th largest metro region in the nation, in the country. Although the largest, our local LGBTQ community suffers documented employment and housing discrimination, our youth experiencing homelessness at much greater rates, and our seniors face social isolation and depression more than our straight community. Our LGBTQ veterans also face these barriers, but have dutifully served our country and are owed resources, connection, and community. The urgent need for these services in the LGBTQ+ community and the veterans community highlight the need for a dedicated advocate on their behalf. Veterans are in an urgent need of city services, and minority veterans in particular. According to the National Coalition of Homeless Veterans, about 11% of the adult homeless population are veterans. Roughly 45% of homeless veterans are African American or Hispanic, and that's despite the fact that they only account for roughly 10% and 3% of the US veteran population, respectively. A recent analysis of VA patients also found that transgendered VA patients have a much higher risk of dying by suicide rather than over this cisgender VA patients. Homeless veterans on average are younger than the total veteran population, and a disproportionate number of homeless women are veterans. Similarly, the LGBTQ+ population are overrepresented in populations experiencing homelessness. The intersectionality and marginalization of these communities requires a dedicated advocate to address these issues. A coordinator and advocate could help facilitate the application for change and discharge discharge status to help eligible veterans access benefits which they are entitled. And ultimately, this would reduce the burden on city funds for these services. Other agencies have supported and continue to support the numerous LGBTQ-led and dedicated organizations that provide vital services for the LGBTQ+ community. However, there is a clear lack of resources and outreach in the Office of Veteran Affairs. 2 annual roundtables for our community is simply not enough. The lack of data and expertise on the community is nearly non-existent, and public-facing resources from the Office of Veteran Affairs are outdated at best. Additionally, the lack of cultural competency to interact with the LGBTQ+ community, and specifically our transgender vets, has shown deep distrust. The mayor's FY22 proposed budget includes additional staffing to decrease the average state level veteran service officer to veterans ratio, and we applaud that investment. However, as previously discussed by my colleagues, as well as with submitted testimony from Whitman Walker, further expansion of this office is crucial. As an organization that doesn't provide a service, but is instead used to uplift the voices of LGBTQ+ Democrats, we hope to work with your committee and the OVA to seize on this unique opportunity with federal support to better serve our LGBTQ+ veterans. Thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chandra J. Rahman, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chairman Robert White and Councilmember Pinto, for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm going to testify related to the Office of the ANC. About a little over a year ago, I started a group, gathering a group of commissioners when the public health emergency first started. More recently, as of this year, we kind of switched the focus of it, and especially after the most recent election in November, I thought it was important to continue to gather commissioners together so that we could help each other be the best that we can be. I knew and recognized that there were a lot of new commissioners, had been the case when I became an ANC commissioner, and that there was not a lot of support in terms of learning on a practical level how to help residents. And so one of the things that I did when I first started this year was that we wanted to be a group of commissioners that help each other, that don't have to, scale the mountain in order to get things done for our residents. Because the expertise was already existing, there were many commissioners already there who had done the work, but that there was no opportunity to tap those expertise and no coordinated way to do that. And that was one of my impetus for continuing to hold this ANC Commissioner Caucus every other Monday night. In addition to that, one thing I've realized is that when you come in as a commissioner, there may or may not be expertise within your commission to answer the questions that you have. I'll use a couple of examples. One was, and because I was chair of the ABC committee, I know that best. So ABRA, we had a case just recently where we were wanting to require more time to be able to negotiate a settlement agreement with an establishment. However, despite my expertise, we said we want an extension of time, and we said if we're not granted that, we want to protest. Well, we were denied that, and denied that because we used the word would in the letter, and they gave actually no reasoning for why they denied our request for an extension of time, besides the fact that the applicant itself did not agree to the request. So these are kind of nuances that a new commissioner would have no idea about, no idea how exactly to draft a letter. And there's no place to go to say, am I doing this right? Is this correct? Now you can go to ABRA, but they're not going to get back to you in time to be able to write that letter and submit it by the petition deadline. Again, I'm advocating for funds that commissions and commissioners can use to get the expertise that they need to fulfill their job and to serve their residents the best of the abilities. I'll use another example. Last year, we had a case where a sports wagering establishment wanted to go into our neighborhood, but the neighbors were very, very much opposed to it. The commission ended up expending $14,000 in order to hire counsel in order to protect the rights of our residents and of the commission. At the end of it, at the nth hour, 2 days before the hearing was supposed to happen, the applicant withdrew their application. So the commission's out $14,000. And there really is no resolution, which I had hoped for, about what is the appropriate place for such sports wagering or Vegas-style sports wagering in our communities. That was what I had hoped would come out of it, but it didn't happen. We've spent $14,000 and no resolution at all. So these are just two examples of the type of complicated regulations and rules that we have to navigate through. And if you've been a commissioner for 10, 12 years, you probably have the hang of it. But if you're new, or if you're only there for one term or maybe 2 terms, it's really, really difficult for commissioners and commissions to really get unbiased information about what is the next course of action, what are the options available for us. And certainly the expertise is more available in our wealthier wards than they are in our less wealthier wards. And so I think there's an equity issue here where you know, in 6B, we're able to tap some expertise. Probably in 7 or 8, they may not have the expertise to be able to tap into, advocate for themselves. And so often they end up reaching out to me or other commissioners to see if we can help find other commissioners to help them ask the right questions, frame the argument the right way. Probably used up more of my time than I have. So thank you so much. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I think that's everybody on this panel. So let me jump into questions. For the LGBTQ plus veteran coordinator, is this a position that any other jurisdiction has?
You know, that is an unknown question, answer, I mean. However, I know that I think it's the state of Washington does have this, I should say, and they have been doing it for about the 5 years that I have been advocating for this position. So there could be some opportunities to have cross conversations with that coordinator in order to streamline and make this position even better with their lessons learned.
And do we know anything about how many LGBTQ veterans? I think I asked this at the performance oversight hearing and I can't remember. We don't know how many.
And this is where I stressed in my testimony, council member, that this data is not being collected by MOVA. And if I understood the mission and the vision of the office was to collect data from the from the community of veterans. Well, we are, like I said, the forgotten community.
Mm-hmm. But they do, I think it was your testimony, but it might have been somebody else's, laid out statistics on the number or percentage of, say, for instance, African-American veterans. So that information is collected. Would it be helpful to, would it sort of create a baseline to buttress this request if we ask the Office of Veterans Affairs to collect this information? Is that something that they could do that would say, all right, clearly there is a need, or yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, that'll be one of my questions to OVA today as we sort of parse through this request. And if you could talk to them, because we have the argument of several witnesses is that we should have an LGBTQ plus veteran coordinator. We do have an Office of Veterans Affairs and an Office of LGBTQ Affairs. Why are there needs that aren't met by these kind of two agencies that both exist in DC?
I'm just going to speak from my personal experience that they do work somewhat together, but not enough together. And so by having someone that's a veteran in the Office on LGBTQ Affairs. So when someone comes in and asks questions, they can talk to another veteran about this. And when you Google LGBTQ veterans in DC, it comes up blank. There's nothing. So I'm hoping by fulfilling this position that it will fill a hole that is in Google and for people to research so that they understand that this is available. And I just want to also add that there's a lot of hurt in the community and a lot of, oh, we're going to help you, and then false hopes. And so part of this person's job description, basically in the very beginning, is to heal some of the wounds that people experience when they are working with the Veterans Affairs Office or, and actually the Washington VA Hospital as well.
Yeah. This relates to something that J.Per. Bowles said in his testimony. You mentioned the lack of cultural competence, which I think is an important point, but can you say more about that point?
I'm happy to, unless George or Tierra were, as veterans, probably have most direct experience.
I can just echo again what I hear in the community being on the ground. And I just want to publicly thank the DC Center for holding this open mic Memorial Day weekend, because it was really eye-opening. And the first hour was recorded live on Facebook. So your office is able to go to there and look at some of the testimony and some of the hurt that people are experiencing. And so, it's just a wide variety of discrimination, and particularly to our our transgender community.
Okay.
I'd also like to add that when we talk about cultural competencies, as J.Per. said, in the DC metropolitan area, there are a lot of women veterans. And even on the federal level, there's a lot of discrimination with women's veterans, and a lack of resources directly supporting women veterans. So being a thrice marginalized community member, being a Black woman veteran, which is a high population in the DC area, there is a lack of cultural competencies, how to address and deal with the concerns and issues of those intersections of being a person of color, a veteran, and a woman within the services of the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs, and then on the flip side, for the Mayor's Office of LGBT Affairs, dealing with some of those veteran issues.
Okay.
And I think this just comes down to, trying to apply for services, and then they're not, someone being misgendered or not taken seriously, or, I know there's this, you're a wimp because you're queer in the military type of stigma, and those things are, happen in small interactions. It's not necessarily, the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs, saying they're blatantly against. It's the small interactions with our community. And then additionally, with the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, I don't think that they necessarily have the competency for our veterans right now. So our request is to have a shared FTE between the two offices. And we obviously want this, for our community, but we absolutely, and I'm just speaking off the chain here, it seems like, we definitely could include, women's initiatives into this certain role. That I definitely feel like there's a need. So I don't want to get ahead of our coalition or any other advocates here, but there's a need for better community outreach for the more diverse sections of the veterans in our community.
Okay. On the issue that you raised, Tierra, Craig, with respect to permanent and sustainable community space. I was excited to see in the mayor's proposed budget something that I had requested and prioritize in my letter to her, some funding to help get there. We also included some modest, as much as we could manage from this committee in this current fiscal year, some funding to assist the DC Center. So my hope is that we are on our way, but please do keep us updated on progress and needs, because I do think this is important. And we've heard sort of a chorus of organizations speaking to this need. And I think that would be an important milestone for the city. Before I run out of time in my round, Commissioner Jay Rahman, really appreciate all of your advocacy for commissioners. As I mentioned in my opening statement, one of the things that I'm hoping to get done in this budget and proposing is a strategic plan for the office of the ANC, because there really are a great number of needs that commissions have. And as you mentioned, new commissioners who come in, who knows what their day job is, all of a sudden they are representing their community and neighbors in what are sometimes very sophisticated negotiations that could change the fabric of their neighborhood for years. And I can only imagine how daunting that is. But let me ask you about a couple of the examples that you used. So for new commissioners who don't know how to draft a letter, or for the example of the sports wagering issue that you all had to manage, what's the solution there? What could have been helpful or could be helpful in those types of situations?
I think if we were able to get some sort of advice, because currently I don't know that we have any attorneys who have any sort of expertise in this area. It would be great if we could get advice on, did we structure this properly? Was our motion correct that we need to file? Because we're often not told what we did right or wrong. It's just denied or approved. So when it's denied, I look back at the letter and I'm like, well, why we did all these things? And I was smart enough to know I needed to put in certain language in there to meet the requirements. No, not many people would know that. I did. Even though I put it in there, it still didn't meet the bar. And so I'm still trying to find out why it was flat out denied, but I had no counsel or anybody else I could run it by. So that's just one example, but I think there are more complicated issues like large construction projects, land development that are occurring where, a lot of commissions don't have any idea what they can ask for in a PUD. What does that negotiation look like? And so particularly for communities in Ward 7 and Ward 8, where they can't tap someone in their neighbor to help them advise them, it becomes even more difficult, and they're often taken advantage of, and I've heard this before from other commissioners in that area.
I appreciate that. And it makes sense. Kind of to that example, we did pass in the last council period the ANC Participation in Planning Development Act that would add some supports for development projects. That still needs to be funded at a cost of a little bit more than $200,000. But your point makes sense to me. If I'm drafting a bill and I don't know if it's drafted correctly, I can go to the Office of General Counsel. ANCs kind of have to sort of, chat amongst yourselves and try to crowdsource an answer. So I hear what you're saying, and this is the type of thing that we absolutely, I think, should and can address in the strategic plan to make sure the office has the what it needs to support our commissioners. I'm a little bit over time, so let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, if you have any questions. A lot of us are jumping back and forth between hearings. So Councilmember Pinto, I have, I think, one more question for this round. So if you come online, feel free to jump in. But with the, let me just ask your kind of thoughts on the record, Mr. Jay Rahman, because you were a commissioner, you pulled together, as you described in your testimony, this really group of commissioners from across the city, which I think is just the coolest idea. So based on your experience, and your very proactive approach, what are your thoughts on how we might best address a strategic plan? My raw thoughts are that we need sort of an outside, very professional entity to run point and to work on it with a group of commissioners. But do you have any other thoughts as we sort of try to crystallize this?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things we recommended in the short run is to have a group of advisors that are current and former commissioners that know where the pitfalls are and that have the experience to continue to provide advice and guidance to the Office of the ANC on what is it that commissioners need. Now, that need is going to change, which is why a advisory board made up of commissioners is very, very helpful. One thing, for example, is going forward, can we continue to hold meetings virtually? And what could the office, that may be something that the board would recommend that the Office of the ANC make a priority to figure out how can commissions continue to have both some sort of hybrid option of in-person meeting, but we also know that so many people in the community have been tuning in because of the access available via Zoom or other platforms. And so that kind of advisory board would be helpful. Now, what you're talking about is a long range plan for how we move the Office of ANC from where it is now, elevated to a point where when we become a state, that those commissioners are going to take that higher role on and potentially become legislators in a way, as they do in other states. So that's the long-term vision that a strategic plan could endeavor to achieve.
Okay, I appreciate it. Don't scare people away from my plan, Mr. J. Rahman. I want to make sure that you all have the resources you need right now. But I appreciate that, and we will continue to engage you in this. And your point about the advisory board is one that you've mentioned to me before, and I think is spot on, and it's something that I think we can and will get done. So let me thank this panel of public witnesses for your testimonies today. Truly appreciate you being with us.
Please call on me if I can help.
I will.
So much.
Thank you all.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride. Yes, indeed. All right, we will move to our next panel of witnesses. Our next witnesses, actually, we have several panels of advisory neighborhood commissioners. Again, we will go in the order that commissioners are listed in our hearing agenda for today. Commissioner Chuck Elkins, Commissioner Salim Adolfo, Commissioner Randy Speck, Commissioner Alexandra Bailey, Commissioner Christine Miller, and Commissioner Aaron Palmer. All right, Commissioner Elkins, you are first up. You can begin when you're ready. Good to see you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman White. So I am Chuck Elkins. I'm testifying today on behalf of the entire 10 Commissioner ANC 3D Commission. So I've provided to each of the members of this committee a report, is also attached to my testimony, of a survey which we conducted recently of ANC commissioners about what additional support they would like to have from the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. And specifically coming out of that survey, the additional resources needed to meet those identified needs are, in our view, 2 additional staff members, one to help arrange assistance on constituent and other issues confronting commissioners, and one to arrange for commissioner-focused training in substantive matters, together with funds to support that work. And then an initial fund from which commissions could request money to purchase expert advice from the private sector in areas such as legal, planning, and zoning assistance. And finally, an endorsement from the committee of the establishment of a committee of commissioners to provide advice to OANC on how it can enhance its services to commissioners. And I'll be happy to answer your questions about these survey results, but I'd like to take the rest of my time to try to put these requests into a larger context. I believe we would all agree the district is lucky to have such a strong cadre of talented ANC commissioners, as you've already said in your statement, across all of our wards. And your committee has been very supportive of their work, and we thank you for having our back. However, as a former senior program manager at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and now in my 3rd term as a commissioner, I guess it's just natural that I look at this workforce of commissioners the same way I would as if they worked for me at EPA. Do they have sufficient support, the right kind of support, so that their talents and energy could be focused on producing great outcomes for the residents of the district? Or do they feel more like the director of some small charity organization, where if you want something done, you have to do it yourself? Find the training you need, write up the plan, do all the secretarial work. I'm afraid that for many of the functions that commissioners do, it feels more like working for a charity. So my assessment is that we're getting the benefit at best of only about 50% of the creative work these commissioners are capable of and are willing to do. It's such a huge waste of the city's talent. Now, why do I think this is true? Well, if you look at the support that the district has provided them, we have artificially narrowed the commissioner's job description to the following: go to monthly meetings, debate resolutions or letters that they have drafted during the previous month, and send these resolutions off to one of the district offices with the hope that some good will result. Now, don't get me wrong, all of this is an important job that's worth doing, and is witnessed by the fact that I spend a lot of my time as a commissioner doing exactly that. So in carrying out those functions, we do have the benefit of the support from the quarterly financial allocations to the commissions that your committee has made possible. But we commissioners can and do, in fact, perform many other functions. But, and here's the important point, we get very little, if any, support from the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions or from the quarterly allocations to our commissions for these functions. I'm talking about constituency work within our single member districts. Learning enough about an agency program through training or detective work or consultation with an expert to spot and actually solve problems, and finding like-minded commissioners across the city's wards who together can identify problems and come up with solutions. OANC does not see these as functions that OANC has been directed by statute or by this committee to support, and so they do not proactively do so. Now, I sense that you and the committee are concerned about the slow performance of OANC on things that you've asked them to do, most notably to provide software support to commissioners focused on communication with their constituents. And I'm glad you're following this. But I understand that OANC has hired 2 new people recently, authorized by this committee, and that they are working to solve that particular problem. And as I've testified before, I think the best way to keep OANC performing well and on a schedule is to have an active advisory committee of ANC commissioners for OANC, which we've discussed just a few minutes ago. Now, I realize that this committee may want to send a strong message to Mr. Simon that you would like to have more rapid implementation of the committee's allocations. You might think that as well that this message should take the form of withholding any new funding for OANC for fiscal year 2022. But I would ask that you consider whom you would really be penalizing. It's not Mr. Simon. His life would actually, I think, be easier if he didn't have to take on these additional functions. Instead, such an action It would penalize all of the 300 commissioners who need this additional support outlined in our survey. We respect Mr. Simon and all the effort he puts into doing his job, but if the committee feels it must chastise OANC for its slow performance, we would beg you to find a way to do that without making us commissioners the real victims. We are not at fault and we need your support. If you're worried that if you give OANC more money, they will not spend it in a timely or wise fashion, my strong suggestion is that you endorse our concept of the Commissioner Advisory Committee. I'm confident that based on the management experience of many of us commissioners in our past or present professional lives, we can work together with Mr. Simon to have OANC meet and exceed the expectations of your committee. And I'm not suggesting that this council committee in any way abandon its essential oversight function, but that you engage commissioners to help you ensure the enhancement of OANC's service to commissioners. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your recommendation this morning for a strategic plan. Every office should have one, and OANC is no exception. But I hope that the needs that have already been identified by the ANC commissioners in our survey will not have to wait a whole nother fiscal year before they can be met. I think the advisory committee, if it were established, could help on such a strategic plan. I think it needs to be done, but I think we already know enough to provide the support, the additional support that we're asking for. I've run out of time, but I'd be happy to answer questions. Particularly, I could give some more examples about how these additional support services could help ANC commissioners do our job. Thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Salim Adolfo, if you are here. Okay, I don't think he's here yet. Commissioner Speck, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White and Councilmember Pinto. I'm testifying today. I'm Randy Speck. I'm testifying on behalf of myself today. I'm chair of ANC 34G, and our commissioners did participate in the survey, and they're generally supportive of the kinds of things that I'm going to be talking about today. I'm now in my 9th year as a commissioner, and I've learned by trial and error who I can rely on at the urban forestry. I'm after attending dozens of public space committee meetings, I know its procedures, how its procedures work in practice, which staff person to contact to find the status of a permit application. I can traverse the various interrelated databases when trying to understand how the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs and the Office of Tax and Revenue have treated a vacant property. I know the scope of what can and can't be included in settlement agreements for a liquor license application. I've worked with commissioners in other wards, and I can call on their expertise when novel questions arise. But I've got 5 new commissioners in my ANC that were elected this year, with only 2 carryover commissioners from previous commissions. And I've learned these tricks of the trade, sometimes through painful experience, and new commissioners are starting from scratch. They are immediately expected to make decisions or help constituents on a broad array of subjects, often the same complex subjects that council members must address, but we have no staff and we're working a full-time job. It can be extremely daunting. For the most part, OANC has focused its assistance to new commissioners on the procedural aspects of the job, the statutory requirements for holding meetings, Robert's Rules of Order, the responsibilities of officers, and the district's ethics rules. While all of those topics are useful, they don't help much in addressing the real work that commissioners are expected to do, particularly in helping constituents with problems like asking DDOT to conduct a traffic safety analysis or getting DCRA to inspect a blighted property. I spend a great deal of my time now mentoring our new commissioners and answering their questions, but they still face a long learning curve. Recognizing that commissioners need more from the OANC, I worked with Commissioner Elkins, Emily Lucio, and former Commissioner Jay Rahman to develop a survey that Commissioner Elkins described in his testimony. The survey results identify areas where commissioners most want help from the OANC: online access to model resolutions and documents, help in getting responses from district agencies, identification of who at agencies can assist with specific problems, and facilitating contacts with experienced commissioners for advice. Commissioners also want readily available and accessible training in the subject areas that they most regularly address: transportation, public space regulation, construction, licensing, zoning, and planning. I applaud your proposal for a strategic plan. That's sorely lacking right now in OANC. But Commissioner Elkins has outlined the staffing additions that we believe will permit the OANC to perform its coordination, to perform or coordinate its functions better immediately. We also propose a fund that would enable ANCs to acquire expert assistance so that they can address specialized topics that they would otherwise be unable to master. Finally, we propose creation of a group of experienced current and former commissioners who can advise the OANC and help it to better support commissioners. These steps can make commissioners more effective and the district government more responsive to its residents. I join other commissioners in urging the council to fund these OANC activities and capabilities, and we look forward to working with the committee to implement these proposed programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And next we have Commissioner Bailey. Are you with us today? No. All right, Commissioner Miller.
Hi. Great. Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, Councilmember Pinto, and I also just want to say thank you to all the commissioners that are taking time from their day to day to testify before you and help really lift up these important issues. I'm Christine Miller. I currently serve as a commissioner for ANC 1A05. I'm also a parent of 2 young children. I don't typically put that out in a hearing concerning the needs of ANCs, except the reason I am here today is because I and many other commissioners wear multiple hats, including caretaking. We need this committee's assistance in remedying an overdue technical glitch that prevents reimbursement of childcare expenses for commissioners. I was really thrilled when this opportunity was added through the omnibus legislation that the council adopted in 2016, which allowed ANCs to expend funds to reimburse commissioners for child care expenses that were incurred while carrying out qualifying official duties as a commissioner. This includes, of course, ANC meetings, ANC committee meetings, trainings, and then, of course, giving testimony during hearings like this. The obstacle to accessing this reimbursement comes with the last part of the provision in which the qualifying childcare expenses must comply with all licensing requirements of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE. After working with the OANC for a couple of years to try and navigate the last section of this provision, along with ultimately submitting it to the Office of the Attorney General for their opinion, and I've attached that response to my testimony, it has become clear that this portion of the omnibus is prohibitive. It renders it useless and then effectively reads it out of the law. Most official ANC business occurs in the evening, long after traditional child care centers, which would be licensed by OSSE, have closed. And I'm sure as a parent, you know there's no drop-off option for children who are not already enrolled in a child care program. It's not like fast food, you can't just swing by. And realistically, the only option available is independent child care providers or babysitters. OSSE does not license babysitters. So the requirement for a parent to prove that a babysitter complies with all licensing requirements of OSSE is impossible to fulfill, and thus the reimbursement impossible to obtain. I doubt that this was the council's intent, but in practice, commissioners like myself are left dragging our kids to a meeting that starts at night and goes until 10, 11, sometimes midnight, well past their bedtimes. On many occasions, I have been left without a childcare option and had to leave my children in the back of a gym or behind me at the dais doing their homework or entertaining themselves so I could serve my community. I do want to thank all of my fellow commissioners and community members who have shown me and my kids a tremendous amount of patience and support. There have been many occasions where they've even stepped in to help with that care. They've taken my kids to the bathroom, they've played with them, they've broken up fights between my two girls, and they've even hugged away tears so that as I'm presenting or as I'm in the middle of a discussion, I can continue with my work. Having a diverse and representative commission is crucial to ensuring that we have voices that truly reflect the communities we serve, and that must include the voices of parents and guardians. While the original intent of this reimbursement was to alleviate some of the cost burdens associated with being a commissioner and hopefully at least draw down one barrier that might prohibit participation, unfortunately, the language of the law as written has made that intent meaningless. So I just ask, as you continue to hear more testimony from commissioners on how a robust, well-supported, and a well-funded ANCs are better positioned to serve our communities, I hope that you can help us access the funds that we do have in theory, but that we're unable to access in reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And Commissioner Palmer. Welcome.
Hello, council member. Is my sound okay? I'm actually, so I wanted to check before I dive in.
Do you normally sound like a robot? I'm kidding. No, it's a little broken up. Okay. I can make out what you're saying though.
Okay, thank you. If at some point it's not, thank you so much, Councilmember White and the other committee members. Time to hear from the public during this budget oversight hearing sessions. My name is Erin Palmer. I'm a resident of Ward 4, District 4B02 in Tacoma. Our commission has repeatedly provided OANC and the needs of our commissioners, highlighting numerous supports necessary to ensure efficient, effective, and these include a May 2021 resolution, hybrid meetings for advisory neighborhood commissions emergency, a January 2021 letter regarding ensuring all commissions, a January 2021 resolution calling for fair approved mechanisms to fill ANC vacancies. Our 2020 and 2019 letter regarding administrative support and infrastructure, 2019 resolution in support of diversity, equity, and advisory neighborhood commissions. Among the things we've asked for, see for items such as new commissioner onboarding sources, advice and consultation, administrative supports on technology supports and services. And we appreciate your efforts to support English access for non-English speakers and individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing for ANCs, legislation ensuring that we're afforded great ways, legislation providing expert assistance, legal assistance in negotiating with developers, additions of OANC, including having the officer administer a technical and expanding the office to include a technical support director. And these are meaningful improvements for ANCs. But our commissioners, in fact, we have not seen any notable changes in the quality OANC or really any changes at all despite these additional efforts. County annual report, we have faced continued administrative and infrastructure, insufficient funding for office space, administrative support, and lack of sufficient centralized website support, lack of centralized technology, dated and inefficient materials, and centralized support and guidance regarding grants. Notably, despite an assistance fund administered by the OANC, which includes funds have access to remote meeting technologies and providing or procuring services to support commissions, there has been no communication from or to neighborhood commissions regarding those services, which are particularly transition out of the public health emergency and begin to meet via hybrid, virtual, and in-person meetings. Before additional funds for accountability as to how the funding resulting from your hard work over the last couple and has provided value to commissions and commissioners. Some of the current of services the offices should already be providing based funding additions. In addition, I ask for prioritization of remote to support hybrid meetings as we transition out of the public, continue the gains achieved via virtual meetings as to inclusion and time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Let me do this, Councilmember Pinto. I know council members are jumping around between hearings. Would you like to go first on this round? We're doing 10-minute rounds.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Chairman. But no, go ahead. You can go first.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Well, I want to thank everyone, all the commissioners in this first panel of commissioners for testifying. Let me start with Commissioner Elkins. I want to make sure we don't muddy any waters here. I'm not withholding or planning to withhold any funds from OANC because I think that commissioners are already stretched too thin. What I'm suggesting is that the budget process is a bit of a blood sport. And when I propose increasing funding to an agency, the place that the council members look is what their spending was the previous year. So when council members go to the OANC budget and they see all this unspent money, they're not going to support my request for more funding. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. So, we are trying to do a lot of things at OANC, and I do very much appreciate how difficult Director Simon's job is and the many things that the office does well. But what I'm suggesting today is that we added significant funds based on testimonies from commissioners for communications access for residents who are deaf or hard of hearing. And I mean, pennies of that fund has been spent, and I'm not convinced that enough people know about it. Same with translation services. That funding is just sitting in the agency's budget. I don't know that they've done anything to let people know that it exists. And that does create a problem. We've had for maybe 2.5 years, $100,000 that was supposed to help with a request that came 3 years ago for IT technology that just has not moved. Implicit bias training, that funding came through September 1 of last year. That training, we're pushing, we're prodding, that training has not happened. And so, the list goes on, but that's the challenge. And I guess my question is, I do think that the idea of an advisory committee is a very important idea, but if funding, committee reports, pushing and prodding from the committee isn't moving the office of the ANC, I do worry that an advisory committee is not going to be able to move the office of the ANC at the pace that we need. Now, I wonder if you have thoughts on that.
Well, I certainly do. And I do believe that ANC commissioners, if they met, let's say, every month with OANC, would bring a lot of energy and and suggestions, if I may say so, to the director in terms of how he can move forward. Just to take the example of the communications software you mentioned, I think that from talking to Mr. Simon, he has struggled with two issues. What do commissioners really need? And is there any piece of software that actually meets those needs? I think my personal opinion is there is probably no one piece of software that actually meets all the needs, but hard decisions need to be made, and something that gets 80% might be a good investment. I think that's the kind of advice that I think commissioners might provide in terms of looking at the software and saying, well, this one's not perfect, but we think it meets, as we've heard the concerns of the other commissioners, this one meets the best, meets it in the best, and go on and get that decision made. And in terms of the two new staff members he's added just recently, which is great, the technical assistance one and the person who's who has a lot of experience in zoning issues. I mean, I think we have some advice about how he could employ those staff to actually meet some of the immediate needs of commissioners. So no, we don't have the power that the committee has, but we have the power of persuasion and frustration. And because I think Mr. Simon really wants to do a good job, this is not a problem of unwillingness to, in my view, of trying to help ANC commissioners, and maybe a disagreement about what those needs are and how to do it. But I think a committee could make a lot of difference. I agree we need a strategic plan because that would give us more vision for the future. But we don't need to have that immediately in place in order to make a big improvement right now with providing services.
And so you had mentioned two possible positions in your testimony. One was a focus on constituent services. What was the other?
The other one is to help on the training. We're not saying that all the training needs to be delivered by OANC. If you look at the survey, people are quite flexible about where that training comes, but to get it organized and to have it commissioner specific, these agencies need a little help to know what is it, if they're going to deliver this training for us, they need a little help on what is it the commissioners really need to know in order to function well in that bailiwick. And that can be facilitated through a person who is a training person within OANC. If you look at that survey, people need training in a whole variety of issues, and it probably needs to be on demand, not at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I think that could be done by a training person.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we've been talking about on-demand training for years now. And it's one of several things that I wish was further along. What about the commissions do have budgets? So why do the current commission budgets not take care of the needs that you're discussing? At least the constituent services part.
If I could jump in first, but I bet my colleagues have some answers. My quick answer is this. It costs a lot of money to provide the administrative support to the commissioners to simply run their meetings and to get the minutes done, et cetera. And you may have some money left over, but you don't have it. At least our commission, I think, doesn't have the money to say to an individual commissioner, okay, you have this zoning issue, or you have this may not be coming directly to the commission, but you have to deal with as a constituent services, or this person needs to get some help from DDOT. That they're not going to say, well, we should spend the whole commission's money on that. They need to spend it on the administrative support. We need, I think, separate money that is, I would argue, should be centrally located in OANC to serve all the commissioners. Many of these issues are the same, and will have a lot of efficiency by having it centrally provided.
Before I move on to another issue, do any of the other commissioners have thoughts on that question?
Councilmember, I can give you some of our experience recently. We're in the midst of trying to prepare a small area plan for our neighborhood. And one of the things we'd like to do is to be able to communicate broadly with everyone in the community. there's not a way to do that that is manageable. We thought about, for instance, just spending our money, our allocations, to do a mailing. A mailing would, in our neighborhood, would be prohibitively expensive given our budgets. And it would cost $10,000. We don't have $10,000 to do that. And that would just be one mailing. Now, if we had some centralized communication mechanism, which we suggested, as you indicated, 3 years ago, and there was money in the budget for that, we would be able better to communicate with the people in our neighborhood about this very important issue that is taking a lot of our time and a lot of the community's time, but we can't communicate very effectively about that. And that's what we'd like to have.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just give one more quick example. Recently we had a zoning case, a BZA case in our district, and we needed to know exactly what to say to the BZA to be effective in making our case. And I'm a member of the DC Bar, so I can read all the regulations. That's not a problem. I needed help from somebody who really has worked with the BZA and knows what wins cases and what doesn't win cases. It so happened that in that case, the local civic association had a lawyer on retainer, and I asked for a couple of hours from this person who has worked with the zoning commission and with the BZA. I talked to her for a couple of hours. I knew exactly what I needed to do. I knew I was doing the right thing because she had the experience that I didn't have. And I was able then to go back and say to the full commission, this is what we need to do. And I could do that with some authority. That is the kind of online experts that could be handled centrally by OANC, so that I could ask for 2 hours of legal assistance on zoning and get that. Our commission is not going to have a lawyer on retainer just sitting around waiting in case we have a zoning commission. We could have somebody who could work per hour by hour working for OANC.
Yeah, I have a few more questions for this panel, but let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Pinto, if you have questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman. And thank you, commissioners, for your testimony and all your service to your constituents and to our community. I wanted to ask each of you about this need that's been raised for translation services, and if you think that that would be best funded and handled through the office of the ANC, or if it's really a particularized need depending on the commission and of your experience with specific requests for that, or if it's an access issue and maybe there are constituents who don't even attempt to get involved with the ANC because they don't speak the language. If we can start with Commissioner Palmer for your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I think that to some degree about resources that are available, we don't receive a whole lot of communication like one-page handouts that say this is a resource that is available, you access it, this is what you get from it would be very helpful. And that one of the reasons having that run centrally is that commissions, some commissioners are around for a long time, but there's a lot of having that information centrally held. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Miller.
Thanks. I'm actually really glad you asked about this. This was something that I had pushed for and advocated for in our ANC budget, and I believe Councilmember White, I may have grabbed you at the top of a metro stair one time to really ask and advocate for this. And it has been something that I've been working on with the Office of Human Rights as they've sort of figured out how to implement that. And of course, as to your point, how to make sure we're getting that information out to commissioners. I've seen the process evolve. I mean, as far as the outreach to commissioners, I see the emails going out. I know that they've presented at every treasurer training. And from my experience, and I think I'm the only commissioner that has applied for reimbursement of those funds. I think that having it housed in the Office of Human Rights that also works with our language access coordinators at the different agencies. So there are some things that we as a commission should not and cannot get reimbursed to have translated because it's under the ownership of agencies. And so it becomes duplicative. So I would I would wonder if moving it to the office of the ANC puts up, and again, like the childcare, are we going to end up with this reimbursement opportunity that's basically been rendered useless because we can't all agree on how it should be best implemented? Having it with the Office of the Human Rights, where language access enforcement and language access lives, makes the most sense to me. And my experience has been very good. I think the next step, and again, something that I have talked to quite frequently, is how do we get that into our commission, or how do we get that knowledge to our commissioners so that they can best use it to serve our residents? And frankly, COVID put a little cramp in that. We had hosting a series of events with commissioners to take that next step. I think it's been a little challenging with COVID. And so I think that that as we're sort of opening back up and as we can have these opportunities to have more personal and direct interaction with each other, I think we can build the momentum and the usage of that language access funding.
Interesting. That's a great idea. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Elkins, do you have thoughts on this?
Well, I would say that I don't think we've had any requests over the last several years. And so one could ask, why is that? Is it that we don't have people who need it, or that they don't know that they can ask for it? I suspect it's the latter. And so communicating the fact that we can have translation services, communicating that to commissioners may not be to the right audience. Somehow, and I know this is much harder to communicate out to the community. It could go along with communication that I think some of our survey people suggested, which is more advertising and promotion by OANC about what ANCs are and why people should attend and why they should be involved with ANC. And then, by the way, if you don't speak the language, we'd be glad to have translation services. Might be useful.
Thanks so much. It's a great suggestion. Commissioner Speck?
I don't have anything to add other than what other commissioners have said, and particularly Commissioner Elkins. I think the word has not gotten out in the community that this kind of translation service is available, and it's not enough to just talk to commissioners about it.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you all. I appreciate that. We certainly can ramp up our efforts to make sure that people have access. And I hear you all, a few of you mentioned the need for training and understanding how kind of overwhelming it can be. Sometimes you start a new job and the person who had the job is nowhere to be found, and you come into an inbox that's filled with requests that you don't necessarily know how to navigate yet. And that's not the best service we can be providing to our constituents or to our commissioners to make sure that you all have what you need to do your job most effectively. So we will continue to think about the best way to implement infrastructure around that type of training. I don't see a clock. I think I may have a minute or two left, I guess. But if we can, I'm curious, especially now as many things open up and we see businesses coming back, some, educational institutions and others having hybrid models of online versus in-person activity. What is your sense of your desire, the best path forward for ANC meetings to happen in person versus online? There are so many people I've heard from that really are yearning and crave for that in-person kind of sense of community that they've been missing with their ANC meetings. And some people are really thrilled that they can now log in online and have greater access and flexibility in their schedule. So what are you kind of hearing and what's your preference as we move forward? We can go in the same order if we can try to kind of limit it to about 30 seconds, and then I'm probably done with this round. Go ahead, Commissioner Palmer.
Thank you, and apologies for my sound issues. I strongly support the hybrid model moving forward and in support of that and asking for continuation of a verdant residence. It has been a net gain for us in participation and inclusion. And it seems like a satisfies both sides of being able to gather in person and for people who really benefit from having the flexibility log in from home or work or their car or wherever.
Thanks, Commissioner Palmer. Commissioner Miller?
I would echo everything Commissioner Palmer just said, hybrid for all the reasons she's identified.
Okay, great. How about Commissioner Elkins and Commissioner Speck?
I'll be glad to send you a resolution we just passed last Wednesday that is directed to this issue. I'll just summarize by saying we would like to have hybrid meetings, but it's going to be expensive to actually do that. As I think schools have found, it's hard to be both in person and online at the same time and run an effective meeting. And the thing I would say is we meet in private space, not in DC buildings. And for that reason, we need at least to the end of the year to make sure that we're going to be able to get back into the private space where they're willing to accept not just their students, and we meet at Theological Seminary, accept their students, but accept all of our community members, many of whom may not have been vaccinated. So we need a lot of flexibility here to get back to normal, and normal, I hope, would be hybrid.
We also are planning to have hybrid meetings, but it's going to require, there's some technological challenges to doing that. We meet in a public building, but it's the Chevy Chase Community Center, which is an old building, does not have a modern Wi-Fi system, and probably cannot even be retrofitted with a Wi-Fi system that would really work. And so it's going to be very challenging, I think, for us to do a hybrid program. But that would be our objective if we can, because we did find a lot of benefits from being able to have people on Zoom or other platforms like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you all so much for your testimony. And as I said, for your service. I know, especially with this year, it can sometimes be a thankless job, and it's just amazing what you do for our whole community. So really, really appreciate your service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. On the issue of hybrid and remote meetings, certainly there will be some challenges, but I think it would be silly for us to not have learned this important lesson from the pandemic. I mean, we have to figure out how to have hybrid meetings for so many reasons, both for commissioners, but also for residents. I really have been astonished at how many more people attend hearings once we started doing them virtually, and it's really been great to see. And I also will say, as a parent, one of the challenges with my job is the number of evening and weekend meetings, where I will speak at a meeting for 20, 30 minutes, but that's a 3-hour commitment between getting there, kind of whatever happens afterwards, getting home. And that pressure obviously falls on my wife. And obviously I like to spend time with my wife and kids. So we will, I think, collectively figure that out. It won't be without challenges, but we have to figure that out. I think we owe it to ourselves. On the issue of Commissioner Miller of the childcare reimbursements, it's almost laughable that this requirement is in there, but it's not funny because it puts such a difficult burden. Well, what I wonder is, do you have thoughts, right? So my guess that this was so long ago, I don't know why a provision like that would have been put in there, but I guess it's to prevent fraud and abuse. Do you have any thoughts on how we might be able to give enough assurance to the city that, hey, this won't likely be abused? Are there certain kind of measures we can use?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Part of the reason it took years is because there was a disagreement on how to interpret the language of an OSSI requirement, because in my non-legally trained mind, the requirements by OSSI for independent child care providers, babysitters, is that you don't have to be licensed. So it seems by that being their requirement, you've met the requirement. But there, and I do leave it to, and then ultimately the Office of the Attorney General did say that there will have to be a change in that legislation, and whether that's clarifying the OSSI requirements as it's defined for independent child care providers, babysitters, relatives, in-home opportunities. I guess leave it to better legal minds than mine. But it does seem that one small tweak could fix what has been really a disappointing opportunity. And this year has certainly made it less problematic because virtual meetings certainly have given me a lot more flexibility. But I know once we start going back into our communities, and I think even just being able to have that option for those commissioners who do want to be in person, who do want to attend the trainings, who do want to show up at hearings, to have that available for them. Yeah. Because again, as you know, childcare is not cheap.
It is not.
And we can talk about the amount allotted later.
So we will work through this. One of the challenges we'll have to figure out is, so, not to give too much information, my wife went out of town yesterday. My dad is working upstairs so that the circus, stays in order. What we wouldn't want is for, folks to kind of pay family members who, would pitch in anyway. And so we'll have to figure out how to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse, but it's not an insurmountable challenge by any means.
Right. And I do think, I think the greater good that this could create when we have these small one-offs and is it really that big? And again, the amount maximum per commissioner is only 500. So it's not as if we're going to be funneling huge amounts of commission funds to our family members. And, my husband had to take off work so that I could sit here and do this hearing for you. So, the cost of his time and our time and everyone's time versus what, I leave it to you.
Okay. I mean, it may be as simple as a sworn statement or something like that, but we'll try not to overcomplicate these things as government does sometimes. Well, I know we have a number of other commissioners whose partners or spouses may also be pinch hitting. So let me move to them and just say thank you. I really am, as Councilmember Pinto said, very sensitive to how much work that you all do, and with very little thanks or reward. So let me say thank you for everything you're doing and for participating in this hearing to help figure out a way to support you and your colleagues better. So thank you all.
Thank you.
We will move to our second panel of commissioner witnesses for today. Commissioner Evan Yates, Commissioner Allison Horn, Commissioner Jonah Goodman, Commissioner Christian Damiana, and Commissioner Zach Israel. Actually, let me add Commissioner Dorothy Douglas and Commissioner Ann Mladenoff to this panel as well, so they're not hanging out by themselves. Well, welcome to all of you. We will go in the order on the witness list, so we will begin with you, Commissioner Yates.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and thank you to the committee for taking the time to hear from us today. My name is Evan Yates, and I'm the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for 4B01 is my single member district in Tacoma. Our commission has repeatedly provided feedback over the last several years on the work of the Office of the Advisory Neighborhood Commissions and the needs of commissioners. I will not go into detail here, but I encourage you to read these thoughtful and considered efforts. I will also add my voice here to endorse the testimony of my neighbor to the south, Commissioner Palmer, as I have supported each of these unanimous resolutions that she cites extensively in her testimony and usually authored. I believe that this committee has repeatedly committed itself to the success of both commissions and the Office of the Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, and I really appreciate that effort, but unfortunately it's met with limited success. We are at a critical inflection point with regards to the success of ANCs in the District of Columbia and I hope that with your assistance, we can ensure a more modern, successful, and inclusive local government moving forward. The public health emergency forced the hand of many commissions towards a more transparent, inclusive means of governance. Many commissions, including ours, leaned into the virtual meeting structure and increased our community's access to information through digital tools. However, because the OANC has not acted on years of efforts to move commissions forwards, those advances for transparency and accessibility occurred inequitably. Our commission built our own website so that it was mobile friendly, responsive, and able to handle the increased demands from our community in the pandemic using hours of volunteer commissioner labor. Despite years of requests, OANC continues to offer no real support or funding for modern website capabilities, hosting, or domain registration, meaning that communities with more resources have more access to the district's neighborhood level of government than those with fewer resources in time, skills, and finances. During the pandemic, we contracted with a commercial provider to be able to provide high quality virtual meeting access for our community, and the district provided WebEx licenses as a resource for other commissions. These changes have increased meeting turnout and engagement from our commission constituents. I regularly hear from community members, particularly parents of young children, commission meetings often occurring around bedtime, who are able to engage in neighborhood governance in a new, more productive way because of the ability to participate virtually. However, now with the end of the public health emergency, we are about to abruptly yank the rug out from under these successful efforts at expanding our community engagement with no real plan to move forward, as our authority to meet virtually will terminate along with the district government provided WebEx licenses. If this current virtual cliff comes for commissions, it will fall upon communities inequitably. Some commissions with time, money, and resources will have new, modern, and accessible websites and will continue sharing more information. Some may even have the resources to seriously pursue hybrid meetings as a way to continue engagement, which would really be ideal, but requires a significant investment in technology and resources. However, those without money and resources will retreat to the all too common world of poorly functioning or non-existent websites that you can't access on a phone and unrepresentative meetings held in basements dominated by those with an excess of time. Even the return to in-person meetings falls upon commissions unequally, as the district government has by and large abandoned any effort to their statutory responsibility to provide commission spaces, leaving a huge variety of office and meeting arrangements across the district. Left unaddressed, these will be exacerbated by the significant expansion in the number of commissioners as a result of the district's population growth, but continuing with the same level of resources and staff. Seeking solutions to these virtual cliff problems, targeting the inequitable nature of access to public services, and building upon the successes found during these unprecedented times is exactly the role that OANC should be filling, but I have little faith that they share these priorities and have the ability to build modern, accessible resources. In fact, there's been no guidance or advice from commissions at all about the upcoming end of the public health emergency and what should be next for our commission. And frankly, the commissions in the city are resembling Thelma and Louise in confronting it. I am unsurprised today, too, that the commissioners who are most satisfied with OANC and support doubling down on their efforts come from the communities that already have the most resources in hand. This committee has previously dedicated funding and efforts to modernize OANC's technological efforts, but little progress has been made. Unlike my colleagues who seek new functions and new panels for OANC, I must insist that we focus our resources on ensuring that OANC is working well on the most basic levels before we expand their mandate. We must seize this moment to build on the successes we have found in the public health emergency to ensure that we have a functioning, accessible, and modern commission in every part of our city and lay the groundwork for the upcoming radical expansion of commissions in the next few years. Thank you for your time, and I'll stick around to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Horn, when you're ready.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman White and Councilmember Pinto, and thank you for taking time to hear from the community and to hear from ANC commissioners today. I'm Allison Horn, a Ward 6 resident and Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for Single Member District 6B09 on the eastern edge of Capitol Hill. Too often, our ANC meetings do not look like our communities. There are significant obstacles that prevent many of our DC neighbors from participating. You've already heard testimony about the importance of additional support to allow participation by ANCs and community members who are parents, and you'll hear from others who will highlight the importance of virtual hearings to ensure that our students, persons with disabilities, our deaf neighbors, those with language interpretation issues,
and needs and others are able to participate in ANC meetings. I'll be focusing my testimony today on our incarcerated neighbors and returning citizens and the work that we need to do through legislation and budgeting to ensure that they can fully participate in local government at the ANC level. As you well know, incarcerated DC residents face many barriers to fully participating in local government. I want to thank you, Chairman White, for breaking down one such barrier through your efforts to restore voting rights to incarcerated DC residents. But our work in this area is not done. Significant barriers remain. As they stand, our current laws require ANC commissioners and members of the public to attend meetings in person once the public health emergency ends, with no option for virtual participation. In order to continue to break down barriers that bar our incarcerated DC voters from fully participating, we must continue to offer and budget for hybrid ANC meetings that allow commissioners and community members the option to participate virtually. Obviously, the in-person meeting requirements are not the only barrier for our incarcerated DC voters to participate in ANC meetings. Limitations on their ability to access information and technology also stand in their way. But my sincere hope is that the DC Council and this committee will do all that it can to ensure that if someday incarcerated DC voters scattered across the country and residing anywhere from 1901 D Street Southeast to Pine Knot, Kentucky, to Cumberland, Maryland, to Beaumont, Texas, could log into an ANC meeting to weigh in on issues impacting their neighborhoods, and that the DC Council would not stand in their way in doing so. I've been excited to work with a group of commissioners, returning citizens, and local organizations on the effort to get an incarcerated ANC commissioner seated in my neighboring district, 7F07, which includes the DC jail. Once elected, it's critical that we set this commissioner up for success. That means that we need both legislative solutions and the budget to support ANCs with technology and staffing to allow commissioners and community members to join meetings both in person and virtually through hybrid meetings. The ability to participate virtually in ANC meetings is not just a 7F07 issue. So a carve out that only allows remote participation of a single 7F07 commissioner is not a sufficient solution. There are other key constituencies who are excluded from meetings if they are required to take place in person without a virtual option. One such group is our returning citizens, who often have restrictions on their movements which preclude them from participating in evening in-person meetings. Returning citizens living in halfway houses, on home confinement, and those who have curfews would be unable to join in-person meetings that often take place in the evenings. It is in the best interest of our community to welcome returning citizens back to DC and allow them to fully participate in our local government. Maintaining a virtual option for ANC meetings would open the door to broader participation from returning citizens. I hope that your committee will take the necessary steps and provide the budget resources needed to maintain a virtual option for ANC commissioners and community. In doing so, we can make sure that our ANC meetings look more like our community and that they do not exclude our incarcerated and formerly incarcerated residents. Thank you for the time, and I'll stick around for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Goodman. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Jordan Goodman. I'm the Commissioner for 4C10, and I'm here testifying on my own behalf, not on behalf of ANC 4C. I'm going to be offering testimony similar to what others have shared regards to the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commission in particular, the plea for hybrid meetings. I appreciate Councilmember White, your opening remarks and framing it, the goal of trying to make the role of ANCs more manageable for all residents who want to serve. And I also want to add an area of focus, which I believe you had just mentioned in the previous round of questioning, for us to consider that we make ANC meetings work for all residents as well who want to attend. So much of our government only functions if you can participate in person, and ANC meetings previously had been no different. Our system excludes so many residents by design, and this pandemic has shown us that there's so much room to improve how we make participation easier. With a hybrid or fully virtual option, as my colleague Commissioner Horn has just mentioned, the Commissioner for 7F07, who will be elected in just 10 days from now, cannot legally participate in their own commission meetings once the emergency public health legislation expires. Based on reading tea leaves, it looks like that's potentially in the very near future. There is an extremely urgent need here for us to address this need and providing these residents fully equal representation. We can choose to fix this with a legal exception for one SMD, or we can offer an accessibility fix equally across the district for both commissioners and residents. I hope you consider the latter. Hybrid system with virtual recordings would also allow us to meet transcription requirements of open meeting laws under section 1-20742 that many commissions do not have the resources to address on their own. The current centralized option to use the district's WebEx licenses would further allow for the maintenance and potentially archival abilities of commission meetings and meeting these legal requirements. Additionally, hybrid options that include virtual participation allow for increased accessibility for our deaf and hard of hearing neighbors. While we currently have access to a limited budget of ASL translation services, the advance notice needs to request and secure interpreting for that community often comes well before commissions have even finalized agenda items. How does someone know that they want to attend a meeting before knowing what is happening at that meeting? Continued usage of our WebEx system through a hybrid and partially virtual meeting system and their speech to text functionality in that model could address accessibility gaps where we currently are experiencing this. While this is in no way an ideal means to address ADA requirements, it's much better than denying them any opportunity to participate simply because we can't offer or we can't afford any alternatives. In the last round of roundtable discussion on the subcommittee on redistricting, there were strong arguments made around enfranchising college students and not gerrymandering students out of campus-based SMDs. For commissioners and residents that rely on campus housing that may be closed to them at certain times of the year and had been specifically closed this past year during the pandemic, mandatory in-person only participation at ANC meetings may be complicated, if not absolutely impossible, for a subset of our DC population. Hybrid meetings will require some investments, but if we pass on this opportunity to implement beneficial practices learned from this past year, when will we realistically ever come back to them? We probably won't. We probably will go back to saying participation in our government is only for the few who have the means and time. I ask that you find a way to legislatively allow and hopefully fund hybrid meetings for ANCs, and we start moving all of our government meetings to something more accessible for all. Thank you for your time, and thank you to all my ANC colleagues here taking time out of their day to advocate for our communities. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Damiana. Are you with us? Let me move to Commissioner Douglas.
Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome, Commissioner Douglas.
Oh, thank you. Bless everybody. But I just want to highlight on the young lady talking about, and I hope the baby is fine and your wife is fine. I just had my grandson graduated today. My granddaughter graduated week before last. She's going to state, Pennsylvania State.
Congratulations.
So I just want to know, I know what it is about the kids and taking my kids, all of them, up to one is 31 now, to a lot of meetings. So I just want to say, I understand the parents are going through this, but I just want to highlight something real quick on the returned citizen. I want to say since 1985, I was the correction officer and also a case manager. I want to thank Councilman Vincent Gray, Robert, you yourself, and also Treyon White, and the C. Sosa, and also Charles Horton, and Eugene Brown, and Lawrence Jordan, who just passed, which was part of C. Sosa. So we've been working with return citizen since 1985. So I know the young lady might be new on the block, but we always have and still are. And we always making sure that they got all kinds of services and resources that it is that would help them. The problem is that they're gonna need, housing is one of the biggest issues that they're gonna have when they come back. And they knew this when we was coming back. The house is just not big enough, and it's only temporary that the houses that the mayor's having. So the grounds and the foundation have already been laid out for that. And we're getting ready to do a 12 bed housing facility for the women's in Kenilworth. So I just want to tell a young lady, she just come lately. This is nothing new. We are all family because they are our family members that are coming home, and we've been preparing for it for a long time. And also, Ronald Moten. So we've been doing this, and also with the what's his name, Phil Purnell. So I just want to let her know we've been working and still working. So they're not being left out. The main thing they need is computers and the a connection with the communication with Camcast. That's what the issues are. They don't have any way to communicate. So public meetings are really, person meetings are seen to be the way that they can only get the communication that they need. And you need to go back to channel 16. That's always advertised a lot of information as well. So I just want to let them know this is nothing new, and we're still working with that. My concern, I want to address, Mr. White, is that other commissioners are going into my single member district and other single member district and taking on projects that don't and signing off projects that I'm not aware of for over 2 years. And DDOT knew this. So, and that's dealing with Kenilworth. So I just wanted to say it needs to stop. I think Gatlin sent a law out saying that another commissioner cannot go in and operate or even participate. He can visit and have a meeting and all, but he cannot sign off with the developments that's already doing in that single member district that he's elected to. That needs to cease and stop. We don't get information. And I think all the government agencies go back with Marion Barry, make sure we can reach out to them, they can reach out to us, and that would help. Also, newsletters would help for those that don't have communication that service to know what's going on. So, and then the other issue I want to highlight on is the regardless to the people with disabilities. We as ANC have always put the information out when it first came aboard. The question is the money, just like the young man or young lady said earlier. Money is the issue. We have meetings nine times out of the year, and if we use up the budget, we won't have anything for something else. I think we need to have a separate budget for that, so it won't disturb that when we want to have those services in. That's what I see. And I just wanted to say also that this is what the problems that we had in the BCA hearings that you have. We don't get any testimonies or even hearing. If we file for a hearing, it's almost a year and a half before we even get a report or transcription about any concerns. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm looking for you to make sure that all the services are being given to the persons and to me and to the others that the work that needs to be done. And we need to work together to make sure that all these services are available and making sure that we give an example for the 7 days notification that the community needs to be made aware of, because there's been a lack of communication with that the community is not getting the services. And I'm having problems with this technical system with the new young lady. I had my own personal phone hacked into, and now I can't even use any of my attachment when I get an email for the last 3 months. And all I'm saying, I can't function. I can't do anything effectively to work with my community who I'm representing. And with this COVID-19 and before that, our computer and the function of the computer and anything in our ANC office have not been working for over 5 years. So those are the issues that need to be taken care of. So I'm hoping that you would, I'm going to send in a letter. I have a little bit more to talk about, but I just wanted to highlight some of the things that needs to be really taken care of as we speak. And I think that that's not being addressed. It should be addressed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Douglas. Commissioner Mladenoff.
Hello, Chairman White. Thank you very much for holding this hearing and giving us time to testify. I also really appreciate all of the commissioners who have made the time today and given such excellent input on OAMC. One of the most important agencies to all of us, and yet so little known and also so little. It is really a tiny office. And we all want to get the support we need to be able to do our jobs as you do on the committee. And it has very little capacity. So I really support the recommendations that I've heard today for extra staff members. It's great that there are 2 more, but as Jonas said, there are basic functions such as handling allotments that the OAMC doesn't have sufficient staff to handle that expeditiously. And if we don't have those basics, it's hard to try to add on other functions. I don't think that Chuck and the survey group were talking about changing the mandate. I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't hear any change in the mandate, but just the effectiveness of the mandate, which I think is important. Our mandate on the ANCs is to reach out to our constituents, and as everyone said, communications is key, and also the hybrid technology. We are really hoping that we can manage to show an in-person meeting to the people at home and also be able to see them, which requires a mix of personal computers and some kind of film technology probably, so we will be looking to help with that. I have gotten a lot of much needed assistance from ONC since I started my first term in 2015. The director and the staff are very important resources to me and to my fellow commissioners. Several others have mentioned, most ANC commissioners who responded to the recent survey noted they would like for ONC to be able to provide more services and particularly be able to organize and coordinate more training for our ANC members, and I think everyone's highlighted that.
Is this it? Is that the end of the meeting?
Commissioner Douglas, are you able to mute? And Commissioner Mladenoff, can you hear us? We lost you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. Commissioner Mladenoff. All right. If she comes back on, we will pick up her testimony where she left off. Our final panelist for this panel is Commissioner Zach Israel. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair White and members of the committee. Thank you for holding this critically important budget hearing today. My name is Zach Israel, and I represent single member district 4D04, which includes parts of Petworth and Brightwood Park in Ward 4. I'm testifying today in my own capacity as an individual advisory neighborhood commissioner and not on behalf of ANC 4D. As you've heard from many ANCs today, our job is not an easy one. In addition to fully and diligently fulfilling our responsibilities to our constituents as ANCs, many of us have full-time day jobs or families. Many of us feel a sense of guilt for not being able to dedicate even more of our time and attention to our role as ANCs, but it does not have to be this way. If the district government actually cared about investing in ANCs and our role on behalf of all Washingtonians, it would make sure to not only significantly increase the funding for the Office of ANCs and for commissions themselves, but ensure that the funding is allocated in a way that provides ANCs the backup support, resources, and expertise that we so desperately need. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY22 budget does not increase OANC's budget at all from FY 2021. This is evidence that ANCs are not being treated with the care and attention we deserve, and it's perplexing considering the fact that Mayor Bowser herself served as an advisory neighborhood commissioner at the very beginning of her own political career. And this isn't even touching upon the very serious issue of the district not paying any level of compensation to each of the 300 ANCs who spend thousands of hours each year working on behalf of our neighbors and communities on a volunteer basis. I urge the committee and the council to seriously consider including funding in the FY22 budget and future budgets to include some level of monetary compensation to commissioners for the work that we actually do. I would just like to highlight several aspects of the most recent survey, which 69 commissioners responded to over the past several weeks regarding the enhancement of the role of OANC, which includes specific suggestions regarding additional financial and staffing support that would help all of the district's ANC commissioners function better for the benefit of the district. Providing an up-to-date online database of resolutions documents to use as a model or reference, helping with following up with agencies when they're not responding to us, which happens quite frequently, connecting commissioners with key people throughout DC agencies who can help with specific problems, and connecting commissioners with other commissioners who have worked on similar issues who can also provide advice. ANC commissioners also want and need more training, especially in subject areas to their work with particular agencies. This covers transportation, public space regulation, construction, building code, and business licensing, and zoning and planning. While I have attended some of these over the past few months since I became a commissioner for the first time in January, it was sort of done on an ad hoc basis. So having a uniformity around that, especially for brand new commissioners, is extremely important so that we can actually do our jobs effectively. As you've heard, a substantial majority of commissioner respondents, 87%, would like more personalized assistance with specific cases and problems, and we're flexible about how the assistance could be provided, either by OANC staff, other experienced commissioners, or agency specialists. 82% of commissioners would like the council to establish a fund within the Office of ANCs to assist with getting this type of professional support. There's also support for better ways that commissioners can communicate with each other through either a listserv or discussion groups, some type of mechanism that should be made more formal, and OANC can help with that. The survey also showed that there was strong support and willingness for a standing committee made up of commissioners to provide advice to OANC on how, as clients of OANC, that office can best serve commissions and individual commissioners. So again, these responses suggest a broader mission for the Office of ANCs beyond its current functions for both FY22 and beyond. We need additional experienced staff members institutionally within that office to identify the needs of commissioners and help us. We need additional experienced staff members there who can arrange training needs and arrange for agencies or other experts to directly help us. We need additional funding, in the amount of several hundreds of thousands of dollars at least, to provide expert advice from the private sector and other things to help us do our jobs better. And I'll just end with this. Advisory neighborhood commissioners, we love doing our work. We would not be in these roles if we didn't, but we need significant support and investment from your committee and the DC Council. The status quo is not sustainable anymore. And I thank you for this opportunity and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the commissioners. Let me just double check, Commissioner Mladenoff, have your tech issues resolved?
Looks like they have at my end. Does it look like they have at your end?
Wonderful. We can hear you. You can pick up where you left off.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I did not introduce myself by ANC 3B01, Heights, and I'm speaking as an individual. Always try to mention that, and I'm sorry. Zach just went through a great summary of the survey, and I don't need to mention that at all. I was going to say that I worked on strategic planning for a long time, and as several of the commissioners mentioned, the ANC commissioners and clients, or we might say the key stakeholders for ONC. And in good strategic planning, you reach out to the stakeholders and really depend on the stakeholders to provide most of their input. A good strategic plan has to work from the inside. The staff, the organization, also
Commissioner, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you. I can hear about every fourth word.
Started, seemed very effective. I hope that that kind of structure continues. Outside experts may be able to facilitate.
Commissioner, can you hear me?
Stakeholders are kind of already identified. Today you have all 8 more terms. Anyway, it sounds like my connection is unstable. So
thank you. And we will get your testimony in writing, so we will get it. I was able to make out some of what you were saying. I do want to thank you all for participating. Commissioner Yates, as you did mention and reiterate what Commissioner Palmer said, we get a lot of resolutions from ANC 4B, which we do appreciate. How active you are, and your resolutions often are in line with where we want to go as well, which makes it even easier. But let me kind of start with something that's come up from multiple commissioners. The issue of virtual participation or hybrid options for meetings. As I mentioned in the previous panel, I think that's just unquestionably something we have to figure out going forward. My guess is that this is going to take a little bit of patience. It's going to be sort of, a learning experience. Maybe a couple fails before we figure out what works. Because it is a little different having some people in person and some people virtually, but it is something that we can figure out So I will, I have no doubt that we will authorize the use of virtual meetings, hybrid meetings. What I will need from commissioners is really feedback on what's working and what's not working, because we'll have to work together to figure out a solution. OANC obviously is not a technology agency, even though they now do have an IT staff person. This may be a sort of a big lift, and so we'll have to figure it out collectively. But I do think we can, and I'm committed to figuring that out. Do any of you have thoughts yet on what this might look like, or what budget preparation might look like for this?
So I'm not going to lie. I think it will involve a significant budget commitment on the part of the district. Significant in my mind, not like building a new bridge, but like maybe on the scale of like renovating a playground, that sort of budget commitment. But I think that because in part there's a couple different things, right? Like you have to invest in the equipment for the in-person room, and then you have to invest in the software and licenses to make it happen. And then you're probably going to need some sort of staff. And the most cost-effective way to do that would be to provide it centrally and to have it like be utilized by multiple commissions. I will also say that one of the most effective online resources we've been provided with, in my opinion, and one of the more modern ones, is the Octo Mayor's Resolution Portal, which is like relatively fluid and searchable and built to modern website standards. And I think if it could be used, would be used consistently by commissions and by agencies, would resolve a lot of the concerns I hear about the Office of ANC. So much like the suggestion of Commissioner Miller with regards to OHR, housing, language resources, and things of that nature, it might make sense to have Octo take on this challenge and specifically designate them to find the solution and how to build that integrated solution moving forward.
I appreciate that, and I will talk to Octo about this. One of the challenges that I'm thinking through, and wonder if you all have thoughts on, whatever the solution is, the budget will pass in the next couple of months. I don't know that we're going to, have the framework of what will work. This significant, somewhere between a playground and a bridge investment. Is there anything we should be thinking about now for this budget year to help either kind of lay the groundwork or make sure we have what we need as we figure out what the plan will be?
I don't want to dominate, so I'll let the other commissioner, but I would just say that, yeah, from my perspective, right, the continued authority to meet virtually is extremely important so that we can, and the continued provision of WebEx licenses for the commissions that use them is extremely, extremely important. And so that like, even if we're delayed in this process, commissions that are comfortable meeting virtually can continue to meet virtually only until we make a transition to a hybrid model.
I appreciate that. I do, and I'm glad you mentioned that. I do need to check on the status of the WebEx licenses to make sure they're not going to expire. Commissioner Israel, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to add as well that one issue that could pop up as we move towards the end of the pandemic is issues with the previous physical in-person locations where ANCs were holding their meetings, and whether they can even allow us to come back. ANC 4D, for the last couple of years, we've operated out of the Latin Charter School on Hamilton Street. And, they may have new restrictions on how we can even have meetings there. And so we need sort of the prep work and time to adapt to that. If we can't physically be there, we have to go somewhere else. And we're a pretty small commission area. There's only so many public venues and buildings where we can go to. And so getting support for that type of question is really important.
That's a good point. We'll have to think through that. I hope commissions are starting to converse with the property owners of the places where they meet, so we can start to kind of get a grasp on what those challenges will be. But that is absolutely something that we need, and that we need the OANC to be thinking through and working through, because that will be a challenge in the coming months and for the foreseeable future. Commissioner Douglas, you mentioned the issue of other commissioners signing off on projects in your SMD. I don't know what the law says about that. I would imagine that the law speaks to where ANCs can use their resources and authority. I need to look into that. What has been the response from OANC on this issue? If you're speaking, you're still muted. All right, not sure if Commissioner Douglas is still with us. But if you are, and if you can hear me, Commissioner Douglas, I do, your point about commissions using significant portions of their budget for language translation and interpretation. This is something that we took care of a couple years ago and have funded pretty robustly, but I think that, you know, we still need a lot more communication from OANC, both to ANC commissioners and to residents about the availability of that funding. We also created in this current fiscal year a technical assistance fund, and I know that's one of the last things you mentioned in your testimony. So if there's technical assistance that you mentioned an issue with your phone. If we can be helpful, let us know if you're still listening. The several items that you listed, Commissioner Israel, several of you, including Commissioner Yates, listed a number of things that the commission need assistance with. I think these requests are right on what I mentioned in the previous panel, but just will repeat. I think one of the challenges we're going to have with other funding requests is that there are so many things that we have funded in the past 2 years that are still sitting in limbo. And I think that's going to cause some unease from other council members, but also, you know, when everybody's kind of trying to find last minute dollars for things, I think it's going to make it hard for us to sort of reserve funding there. That said, I do recognize the need. I don't want the job of being a commissioner to be any harder than it is or any harder than it needs to be. So I am committed to continuing to increase and expand resources. And I think that OANC needs a good bit of help. And the commissioner advisory group can help in a big way. One question I have on that specific recommendation, since it's come up several times, does anybody have thoughts on how we create an advisory group that isn't too large to be effective, but also ensures that it has the diversity that reflects our city? Anyone have thoughts on that?
I'll jump in slightly. I think, and then to add another complexity here, council member, is to not then put so much additional burden on a commissioner who already has so much work to do on top of everything else, right? How do you do this? You know, I think I think you'll have a lot of commissioners who would like to volunteer for this, putting aside whether they have capacity for it. So I think a system where potentially, you know, commissioners are nominating others versus self-nominations. So understanding who is highly respected and highly regarded across commission boundaries might be an interesting way of looking at this. I think a lot of us have ideas of who we go to in other places and would think are great resources. And so I would love to see some of those people rather than, you know, myself self-applying necessarily, might be a solution there.
Yeah, and just, oh, sorry, you go ahead, Evan, sorry.
I just wanted to clarify one thing in the characterization of my testimony really briefly. And that is part of why I brought up Octo, is because at this point, I share your reservations, Councilmember White, about additional funding for OANC, right? Like, I think I made it clear that, like, until there is production, right? Like, it's unfortunately, I'm not confident that they can lead this effort, right? Like, and I'm not also confident that there exists the skills and the resources already to administer that funding to meet the needs that we have. So I just want to share that I think I'm with you completely on that.
Yeah, and what I want to mention too, going back to what Jonah was was talking about, I think we have in our city a lot of former ANCs who really relish their role and have, in some cases, decades of experience in the role and had to step back for personal reasons or professional reasons, who really did love doing the work. They just couldn't do it on a full-time basis. And I think they would be great for this type of advisory committees, and I think we should definitely be leaning heavily on many of those types of people. But it doesn't have to be former or current ANCs. I think there are others in our civic society here in the district that have worked along and with ANCs that could definitely be really great for this type of role. And so having some type of like nomination process for that we can put in, and making sure that there are folks from all 8 wards as part of that is really important. And I think we could do that.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate the mention about former commissioners. I think that's important. We do have some folks who are no longer commissioners, but certainly are some of the most experienced and capable members of our community. All right, those are all the questions I had. Obviously, a lot of the testimony overlapped with previous panels of commissioners. I'm really excited to see so many commissioners testifying, working together. I appreciate the work that you all do. I view, as I've said before, my role and the role of the committee as one of supporting our commissioners and making sure that you all have the resources you need to do your job. So please continue to call on this, but also please accept my thanks for the work that you all do. I look forward to working with you to continue to evolve and really fortify the role of ANC commissioner. So thank you all for your testimonies today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Having completed our panels of public witnesses and ANC commissioners, we will move to our government witnesses, starting with Director Gottlieb Simon of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. I'm going to take a brief 5-minute recess as we transition. So we will resume at approximately 2:56. We are in recess. We are resumed, and we will wait for Director Simon. Director Simon, I think we can, there we are. There we are. Welcome. Oh, you're on mute.
I was trying to see it had taken a moment for me to panel up. I had been here.
No problem. Before we begin, as you know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Well, wonderful. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman White, and to the other members of the committee and staff. As you know, the DX0 section of the proposed FY22 budget is composed of two components. One component is the budget for the 40 advisory neighborhood commissions and is shown in what is called Category 50, which is, sorry, I have a little problem right there, which is entitled Subsidies and Transfers. These funds support the ANC's mission, which is, as their name suggests, is to advise the district government. The Home Rule Charter authorizes ANCs to advise the government on a wide range of policy matters, albeit focused on their, quote, neighborhood commission areas. The proposed budget continues support for the ANCs at FY22 at the same level as in the current year, which is just a little under $800,000. In accordance with the requirements of the Home Rule Charter, this money is distributed to the ANCs on a per capita basis. It is not distributed based on, say, need or other neighborhood characteristics. The larger the ANC, the greater its population, the larger will be its share of the total allocation. The smaller its population, the smaller will be its share. Thus, if an ANC has 2.4% share of the total district population, which is the percentage of the typical ANC, it will receive a 2.4% share of the total amount allocated to ANCs. Currently, ANCs receive almost $1.33 per neighborhood resident, based on the last official census, though this would dip to $1.16 if we use the number that the Census Bureau has recently transmitted to us. How much does this work out to be for ANC? The answer varies because the ANCs vary in size. The typical, some ANCs are as small as 2 single-member districts. The largest have 12. The typical ANC, however, is made up of 7 single-member districts. Since each SMD, on average, comprises 2,000 people, the typical ANC, with its 7 single-member districts, would have a population of roughly 14,000 people. Multiplying 14,000 times $1.33 means that the typical ANC will thus receive a yearly allotment of roughly $18,500. However, most ANCs have a substantial reserve fund that they can draw upon for special projects or unusual needs if their annual allotment is insufficient. The other component of the DX0 budget line is the operation of the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, the OANC, which is referred to in the budget book somewhat opaquely as the Agency Management Program. For most of its existence, the purpose of the OANC funding was to enable the OANC to provide, quote, technical, administrative, and financial reporting assistance to the 40 advisory neighborhood commissions and the commissions of the 296 single-member districts. However, the office's mission was expanded in recent years. Since April of 2017, as a result of the ANC Omnibus Amendment Act of 2016, the OANC has also been responsible for reviewing and approving the quarterly financial reports that each ANC must submit in order to receive continued funding. To carry out that responsibility, an additional FTE was added to the OANC base budget. The Omnibus also amended the ANC law with a number of specific new duties. These duties, however, were left unfunded until the prior fiscal year, when an additional position was added to the office. Another position was added this year to enhance the office's ability to provide technical support and assistance to the ANCs. As with the funding for the ANCs, the proposed budget provides the same total amount for the OANC. However, while the bottom line remains unchanged, there is some shifting between personal services and non-personal services to take required personal benefits into account. Excuse me. The primary takeaway then for the proposed FY22 ANC budget is that it is essentially a copy of the FY21 budget. Current programs and staffing are proposed to continue at current levels into FY22 without significant change. That concludes my prepared remarks, but let me say, Councilmember White, Chairman White, that I did hear you at the beginning of the hearing. I heard you clearly, and I want to tell you that I'm prepared to commit now to do whatever we need to do to restore your confidence in my efforts in the office of ANC. And I'll be happy to elaborate upon that with you in our dialogue.
Thank you, Director Simon, and I appreciate that. I want the agency to succeed and our commissioners to succeed. My hope is that we can work together to make sure that happens. And I will be a resource in whatever way you need. But obviously, my belief is that we have to move more quickly, and I look forward to working with you to do that.
Well, and I as well.
Thank you.
And I certainly do want to tell you that we will, while I have a more detailed schedule in mind, we will certainly get the desktop or mobile app licensed or purchased before the end of this fiscal year.
Wonderful, wonderful. I know commissioners will appreciate that. There was some mention of that in the testimony, so I'm sure that they will. One thing I do want to, I don't want to move on before I get clarification. The first part of your testimony, you were discussing the ANC budget. And you mentioned a couple things, including the fact that it's not distributed on neighborhood need. You mentioned that some commissions obviously do actually have some significant reserves. Are you making a recommendation here as to other ways that we might start to look at the commission allotments?
Well, it of course would be a relevant topic in these days, but I wanted to make sure that people understood that pursuant to the Home Rule Charter, at the moment, the money is distributed in a mechanical, mathematical manner. And I think it doesn't take much depth of thinking to realize that if we distribute money equally, it's not always done equitably. And so without some conversation about that, we'll just be continuing this particular methodology.
I appreciate that. That is something that bears some thought and hopefully can be discussed with commissioners. They may have some thoughts on that as well. but it is something that really does, I think, deserve a deeper dive. But as you mentioned, this is in the Home Rule Act, so it would take some work to fix, but it seems like the type of thing that is fixable, not something that should too much congressional interference, one would hope. I do want to ask a couple clarifying questions about the FY22 budget proposal, which, as you mentioned, is nearly identical to the FY21 proposal, just a couple minor changes. I do see that funding available for salaries in FY22 is reduced by $3,000. Does that reflect that you didn't need all of the additional money for salaries in FY21, or is there something else happening there?
I believe it's more of a technical issue with regard to personnel and budgeting. They had to put that position in at a higher level than we were actually able to hire for.
Okay.
So it just wound up with it that way.
Okay. And the fringe benefits are going up by 18,000. Is that just inflation, or is there something else there?
There's nothing more than the determination by the budget office that that's what the number of people and the number of grades require.
Okay.
So it's nothing discretionary, certainly on the office's part.
Okay. And there's a $16,000 cut in professional service fees. My understanding is that this budget line from last year's budget covers the funding for our mobile app to assist ANCs, the MOU with ODR for communications for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, and the maintenance for your quarterly financial report system. Are one of those programs getting cut?
All of those marks are created by not our office, but by the budget office. And I don't believe they took the dollars with regard to what program they might be used for, but they determined that that amount of money was necessary to offset benefits. So they took it.
Okay, so they don't reflect any policy changes?
No policy changes at all.
Okay. One question that was asked by the last panel of ANC commissioners was with respect to WebEx licenses. Do you know when those are set to expire?
Well, my understanding is that we are piggybacking on Octo's license, and that they gave us the option to ride on their coattails, or however you want to put it. So I know generally that they are renegotiating and looking at all of their licenses for budgetary reasons as well. So post October the 1st, I don't have any information.
Okay. All right. That's something we'll have to
yes,
keep our eye on. The FY22 proposed budget maintains the heightened level of allocations for commissions previously provided by this committee at $800,000. Obviously there was some kind of discussion about the allotments, but do you have an opinion on whether that's the right amount? Are there any changes we should be looking at?
I will tell you this, and I'll hope I don't get misunderstood. Sometimes I do when I say things like that. The ANCs have more money than they need for the level of operations that they're engaged in, but not enough money at the level that they should be operating on.
Okay.
So ANCs, and I could go into this more detail, but just philosophically, what I tell commissions are something that you reflected a moment ago when you talked about discussions with your colleagues when there's unused money. I will tell them we're not going to be able to defend against people who say ANCs don't need more money if we don't make better use of the funds that are available.
Okay.
So that is an issue. And that is to just take it one step further and to try to clarify, if I wasn't clear, and I guess I wasn't, that the lack of urgency that I was suggesting was a lack of urgency about funding, because I know that there isn't a funding gap between the ANCs as a whole and what they may be wanting to do. And there wasn't a problem with the end of the fiscal year and a loss of funding, which is not to say that commissions may not be urgently needing other kinds of support, but it's distinguishing resources that are non-financial resources from simply dollars. And that's where some of the issue, I think, comes into play. So ANCs, and I'm interested and wanting to follow up on some of the specifics that I heard about today, ways in which we can clarify, ways in which under existing funding, we can provide support that people are looking for.
Okay. I think following up with those commissioners would be very useful. And I know some of them you are in continual contact with.
True.
Are there things that you wanted to see funded in this budget that aren't reflected in the proposal that we got from the mayor?
There are not.
Okay.
I wasn't going to bring up funding while we still had a plate left to clear.
Okay. I agree. We heard from a number of commissioners today about various kind of services and needs, demands. Do you have thoughts on the requests that commissioners made in their testimonies today?
Would you want to focus me on any particular one?
And I don't have any in particular in mind, but some that we've heard before are cross commission resources, issues with websites, support with hosting and domain registration. There were quite a number, so I'm not trying to actually pick out specific ones, wondering if there are some that you heard that you thought, okay, we can start to work through these, or some that you thought don't aren't broad needs.
Websites are a interesting question, and that is one of the areas that I'll reach out to people about to look at something programmatic. I've certainly looked into the past into having a basic website that people can use. I've talked to probably 3 commissions actively about pooling efforts to create a new website once they agree on the functionalities that they want to have in any given website. But I think probably where we're headed to is an option for those who want to use a generic website, and those are perfectly happy with the websites that they have and the designs that they have, and want to continue what they have.
What about, I think one of maybe the most frequent recommendation was an ANC advisory committee. Do you have thoughts on this?
Well, I think I did indicate in one of our conversations that in the past I had regarded my meetings with ANC chairs as essentially that kind of activity, but I'm happy to work with whatever device we think will enhance the ANCs and our ability to assist them going forward, because after all, at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, that's the only reason that I'm here.
The child care reimbursement issue,
yes.
Do you have thoughts on that? I mean, I do understand why a law would have been written in a way to prevent wage fraud.
Well, first of all, I feel like it wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with that provision or the writing of the provision. What I subsequently understood was that it was related to some of the things that you mentioned in your conversation with Commissioner Miller, and that is a concern of misuse, of abuse. And so I think that one of the issues that led to that particular language, well, let's make sure that unqualified people aren't hired. We shouldn't be using government funds for somebody who's might be harmful for a child. For instance, the background check was one of the issues that was mentioned in the OAG letter on the subject. So what we had was a situation where the statute simply made, as Commissioner Miller points out, a benefit that was really unreachable.
Yeah.
So striking out any qualification about who could receive the reimbursement, I think, would be arguably a mistake. But the language that we have now makes the offer, well, it's not an offer you can't refuse, it's an offer you can't get.
Right. All right. Well, seems like the type of thing we should be able to overcome. So we will we'll work with your office in trying to draft something on that. Meeting locations came up a couple times. Obviously, as commissioners mentioned, many, probably most, I don't know, of our commissions meet in private space that may have their own kind of COVID restrictions. Is there anything we should be thinking about in terms of future meetings?
Well, as I was sitting here, I was thinking that perhaps I would reach out to all of the ANCs and ask them if they had reached out to their hosts to find out if there was going to be any difficulty in having a meeting again, because whatever extra virtual communication extra that we put in, it would still be based at some point at a physical location.
Right.
And so we need to identify whether or not there are any hangovers to doing that. Now, I think the main problem would probably be not the health emergency itself, but rather whether or not individual landlords and hosts were comfortable opening their doors.
Right.
And that's something I think has to be negotiated and identified and worked out on a commission by commission basis.
Yeah. I think reaching out to the commissions to inquire about this would be very helpful for them as well. Have you seen the survey? A couple commissioners testified about the survey that was headed. I think Commissioner Elkins had that.
Yes, yes. Indeed, I did have an opportunity to make some suggestions in the survey itself, and I find it very intriguing, very interesting, and would like to follow up to the extent that I can with the survey. A lot of interesting things. For instance, they do have some characteristics that would be interesting to explore. A little more than half of the respondents are in their first 5 months. And so I would be interested to see whether or not there's any significant difference in the pattern of their responses to those people who had served for 2 or more years. And then I noticed also that a little more than a third of the respondents came from just wards 5 and ward 6. So it would be interesting to determine whether or not there's a ward effect that's going on. And then beyond that, some of the questions are intriguing as well, where I think there was a large positive response to, would it have been helpful to have more professional resources when you did a large project recently? And I think there was like 80% said yes, 20% said no. And so it's would be interesting. Why didn't they think that would be helpful? But the other part of that question, and some of the questions defy immediate interpretation, is would the additional help been determinative to the outcome? And did they not succeed because they didn't have it? Or does an affirmative answer to that question simply mean, well, sure, why wouldn't more help be helpful? So I think it's the questionnaire is, the survey is very intriguing and opens up some lines of inquiry that I want to follow, some of which I may be able to include in a survey that we're going to be doing from the OANC.
Okay. Do you know when you plan to do a survey?
Yes, it's going to be, this is, let me look at my notes. I can tell you more explicitly what the plan is. We're going to do that. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Okay. The survey I'm proposing to send out would be the last two weeks of June.
Okay, wonderful. There was also some discussions about the language access or sign language in interpretation and other services for people who are deaf, hard of hearing, or have disabilities. What's your plan to ensure that more people, I guess ANCs and members of the public, know about these resources and how to access them?
Well, I'll suggest that the commissions include that information on their websites and on their agendas and on their announcements that it is available. And we'll put it on the OANC website as well.
And I know that since our last hearing, you have collected or prepared a number of on-demand trainings for ANCs. How many of those trainings are currently available?
We have about a dozen of them.
And
but you know, I do have to acknowledge, because we've had this conversation a lot, that was one of the least requested things on the survey, the on demand. So we'll proceed with that, but there are other things that even within the training area were perceived as being stronger, but yes.
I mean, there were, you're right that was not one of the most requested aspects of the survey. That surprised me, given the sort of proportion of commissioners who testify
yes.
To that issue at each of our hearings. And how are the trainings accessed?
By going to our website, by going to ancdc.us website.
I just went on, but I didn't actually, just for the purpose of trying to answer my own question, but I don't see it. anc.dc.gov.
No, it's ancdc.us. I'll send you the link afterwards.
I appreciate it. Have you gotten requests for any specific trainings?
Well, I'm glad you asked that in part, because we may be having, to some extent, parallel universes or something of that sort. I haven't gotten any requests that I can recall from anyone, for instance, on the most favorite topic, which is transportation. gotten some requests for help with email. But if I hadn't been at the hearing today, and if I hadn't received the survey, and you asked me, well, what are the topics people are asking for, I would not have a lot to say on that, just as I don't at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, at the ward hearings that we did, at the performance oversight hearings, and today we've gotten requests for trainings. I'm
Sure.
not sure why the parallel universe is.
Well, what I mean is, it isn't that I haven't heard those comments that were at those prior hearings. You asked me if they contacted me, and they haven't.
Correct. Okay.
And in some of the other testimony today, I have to say candidly that for whatever reason, and I'll be exploring what reasons there might be, those commissioners didn't ask, Gottlieb, do you have any idea about where we could go for some help on this particular topic? Now, I did get a question just this week about where a commission could go to get some help on a school lease situation. Offered what thoughts we had on that, but it's not that we'd never get requests, but some of the folks haven't asked, and so I haven't been in the mode of coming before you and saying, I have all of these unfulfilled requests that come to me, and how are we going to deal with this?
Yeah, that's odd. Now I will prod on that as I hear from commissioners.
Okay.
I'm at the ancdc.us website.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see trainings. It just takes me to a landing page that says 2013 ANC and SMD boundaries.
I'll check that.
Could you get back to us with that?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe that the interpretation of our technical support fund has shifted, and we're now told that we need to place a line in the FY21 supplemental to recapture $58,000 in local funds for our ANCs. I think you're the one who told me that. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But we still have, even while we work to correct that, we still have $100,000 in recurring funding.
Yes.
In that fund. Okay.
Right.
Has any of that money been expended?
It has not.
Okay. And what's the status of the technical support and assistance fund?
We're going to be using that for the outreach application.
Okay. And what are your thoughts? Because I mean, one of the things that we do hear a lot about, and I know that you have you've articulated a different view, but the website issue, which always comes up, and the audio visual, which I think will come up more even as particularly as hybrid meetings come about. Do you have thoughts on how you might utilize the technical support and assistance fund on those issues, or why there seems to be a disconnect between your office and commissioners on whether or not the website support meets their needs?
Well, I think there are two separate issues, right? There's the broadcasting meetings, audio visual aspect, and there is the website issue. And so I spoke to the website issue about some commissions will want to keep whatever they have, and we'll work with others to see if they want to join forces in a general one. Now, about the audio visual, that'll be part of the thinking with regard to post pandemic and how to arrange the hybrid or not hybrid, and we'll inventory the ANCs on their intentions with regard to following up on that and exactly how they would like to implement it, because some of the commissions prior to the pandemic were already live streaming their meetings, and so we'll need to have some kind of a conversation as to whether or not that arrangement was sufficient, or whether or not we need to figure out a different model for handling that, and then see whether others want to buy into that model or not, and then multiply by 40 and see where we are.
Yeah. In the survey that you're doing in a few weeks, is there any questions or discussions about website support?
There isn't at the moment. The survey was intended to help us tease out what aspect of outreach and engagement was the function that any given commissioner, any given ANC wanted.
Okay.
And so that was the focus. Now, based upon some of what happened today, I'm thinking, can I squeeze in a little something else or not?
Okay. Okay. We have seen progress in putting your office putting the ANC quarterly financial reports on the ANC website. I appreciate that. I know it's tedious. Are all of the quarterly financial reports since your office took over financial management responsibilities now on your website?
No, we haven't finished preparing FY20, and that should be done by either the middle or the end of next week.
Okay.
And then we'll begin putting up FY21, but we don't have that many to put up at this point.
Okay. We've heard some concerns from commissioners that there's been confusion in communication and responses to FOIA requests. Can you explain how the FOIA process is supposed to work?
Would you elaborate on the confusion part?
So there was a FOIA request. I can't remember which commission it went to now, and I believe the commission thought you were going to respond, but had not, I think, identified you as the FOIA officer.
Sure, I know what you're speaking of now. In that case, one of the commissioners received a FOIA request. I believe I must have received a CC of that request as well. We are not, by default, the FOIA officer of any of the ANCs. I have sent out information about what to do if you get a FOIA request. And at the end of it, I point out, if you would like our office to be your FOIA officer, then the commission should designate us and we'll help you with that. And so in the instant case, the commissioner and I had several different conversations, and it turned out, as a matter of fact, she didn't have actually any responsive documents. It was interesting why they thought that she would, but at any rate, she didn't have any responsive documents. And so I explained that I needed the ANC to appoint me. And so I thought she was going to contact the chairperson, and then after that happened, then I would follow up with the chair. And she thought I was going to contact the chair. So since then, I've I have called and emailed the chairperson so that he can take care of the technical aspect of appointing me. And then I'll write the letter that says, thank you, but as it turns out, there are no responsive documents.
So if an individual commissioner is FOIA'd, that
Yes.
commissioner's chair has to appoint you as a FOIA officer?
Well, this has come up. This has been clarified this year. We had a curious situation in which a commissioner had been FOIA'd during the summer. I guess that would make it close to a year ago. And by the time his term ended, he had not complied with the FOIA request. His successor came into office. He noticed that there was a follow-up saying, dear former commissioner, or naming the commissioner and asking when they would be in compliance.
Mm-hmm.
And so he began the process of searching for all the documents that he could find that were in that commissioner's. This led to, I guess, his asking the Attorney General what were the limits of his responsibility in complying with this request, because after all, it was not to him, it was to his predecessor. The request came in to the official email account because we have a continuity of email accounts. Old commissioners receive the same address, which is their single member district at anc.dc.gov. Because the request also was for any documents that might be in that commissioner's private email account, and the successor didn't have any opportunity to get to the private email account. This is a somewhat long-winded response, but the bottom line was that the OAG said that request that came into that mailbox is a request to the ANC and not to you, new commissioner, personally. So the responsibility for fulfilling it would be the ANC's. And that ANC, having been acquainted with my prior guidance on this subject, quickly asked me if I would be the FOIA officer in that case.
Okay.
So the answer is, if it comes into an individual, they will either consult the information that we have provided them as part of their orientation, or they will reach out and ask me, hey, what should I do with this? And or they'll ask one of the other members, they'll ask somebody, and eventually they should get to the point where they understand that the ANC has to contact me, and then I'll do it.
On the issue of really kind of thinking about where we are heading with the public health emergency and hopefully pandemic, we hope winding down, certainly, you know, that needs to be a phased process, and, you know, who knows fully at this point what sort of our new reality will be in terms of, you know, hybrid meetings, and we've discussed some of this. What role does or will OA&C play in thinking through, coordinating commission meetings after the public health emergency? So, you know, if commissions need hybrid meetings, will they aspire to do that independently? Will OA&C play a role in this?
Well, speaking of aspirations, we would aspire to provide guidance on how that can come about, which is not to say that some ANCs won't decide just to do whatever they want to do, but we have, technically speaking, a fairly narrow mission mandate, but I sometimes tried to push it when I could, and I would see this as an appropriate place to push.
Okay.
to provide general guidance.
All right. The committee stands ready to support in whatever way is necessary. Those are all the questions I have for you today, Director Simon. I want to thank you and your office for the work that you all are doing. I want to thank you for your time today. Do you have anything else you need to add?
Well, I will just say, notwithstanding some tension in the meeting and concerns that were raised, I would certainly understand that to be part of the leadership that you've been providing for ANCs, and your pressing me on these issues, I understand to be part of what I would also understand to be a shared interest in promoting the ANC. So while I have been uncomfortable here and there, I do understand that it's because you have been extraordinary in providing for ANCs financially, resource, and other different kinds of ways. And I think that it's widely appreciated and shared, and I acknowledge it as well.
I appreciate that. That is the focus, trying to make sure our ANCs have everything they need to do their difficult and thankless jobs. And you also have a difficult and thankless job. So I appreciate you understanding that.
Sometimes we get thanked.
Well, thank you for being here today, and again for the work that you and your team are doing.
Yes, sir.
We will now turn to the Office of Religious Affairs and welcome Director Thomas Bowen, our second government witness today. I will give Director Bowen a moment to get situated. Director Bowen, it's good to have you with us today. Appreciate you being here. As you know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath, even the head of the Office of Religious Affairs. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Government Operations. Once again, good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Government Operations. My name is Thomas Bowen, and I consider it both a privilege and an honor to serve in the executive office of Mayor Muriel Bowser as Director of the Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs, commonly known as MORA. I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for her continual support of and belief in the faith community in the District of Columbia, a belief and faith that informs expectations that she has of me and the faith community at large, and one that is reflected in her FY22 Fair Shot budget proposal. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the many members of our community who have expressed similar sentiments, who know from personal experience the value of an involved and vibrant faith community in the District of Columbia. Rabbi Bruce Lustig is correct when he states that Washington, D.C. is the interfaith capital of the world. My mentor, Mary Wright Edelman, once told me that if you want to know what the government believes in, take a look at the budget. She, of course, is speaking of the federal budget, but the same can be said about local and state governments. The budget is a moral document. I come to this hearing filled with hope as I look at the budget proposed by Mayor Bowser, a budget that says that housing should be a right, educating our children is a divine assignment, and taking care of our seniors is a sacred responsibility. Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget will allow my office, with the help of the Mayor's Interfaith Council and other faith leaders, to work together and fight for the most vulnerable members of our city. More will continue to work with the Department of Housing and Community Development on recruiting and assisting faith-based institutions that are trying to provide affordable housing to residents in our city. We've been able to identify and work with faith-based organizations that own property and encourage them to develop their existing resources into affordable housing. Now, with Mayor Bowser's unprecedented funding commitment of $400 million to the Housing Production Trust Fund for FY22, even more funding is available to support affordable housing projects by faith-based institutions. This is an answer to many prayers. We will continue to encourage faith-based organizations to engage in the development of properties for the purpose of creating additional affordable housing to ensure that the District of Columbia includes residents from all income levels, to provide information on available resources, and to explore ways to help them overcome obstacles to the development efforts. As stated in my previous performance oversight testimony earlier this year, the Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs has been vigilant in its efforts to stand up for and protect DC's values, particularly as it relates to hate crimes and bias-related crimes. We have, alongside the Office of Human Rights, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, responded to incidents of hate and bias in our city. And we will continue to assist places of worship with all of their needs and to make sure that they have strong security measures in place. We respond to incidents of hate and bias that come to our attention in different ways, with respect being given to the individual and or group directly impacted. Hate has no place in the District of Columbia. I stated before, we do not work alone. We benefit from the tireless work of the Mayor's Interfaith Council, a diverse group of faith leaders who help us with all our efforts. The MIC has been a leader in discussing the issues of homelessness in our city and the need for all of our citizens to help address the needs of some of the most vulnerable members of our community, as we continue to make sure that the economic prosperity that our city is experiencing is inclusive. They are intentional in their efforts to represent the oppressed and underserved and too often overlooked. I am grateful for their tireless work and support. I'm also grateful for the work of other faith partners, Ward 7 and Ward 8 faith leaders, the downtown cluster of congregations, the Wednesday Clergy Fellowship, and the Baltimore-Washington Conference of the United Methodist Church, as well as others. In FY22, the MIC will work tirelessly to help the spiritual needs of the district in recovery. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your leadership and support, and the Mayor for her bold and equitable approach with this budget. I appreciate the opportunity to share the accomplishments of the Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs and our plans for continuous improvement, and look forward to working with you and other members of this committee. This concludes my presentation. I am happy at this point to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Bowen. The Office of Religious Affairs is, as you mentioned, a subset of the Executive Office of the Mayor in the budget book. So the information the committee has is fairly limited, and I'll need you to fill in some of the missing pieces. It looks like the only change to Moore's budget is a reduction of $114,000, the sum of really salary and fringe benefits for a support specialist position that was never filled. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. You recall earlier this year, you had a question about an FTE, which I was not able to respond to at that time. So what you're looking at is being corrected. Okay. In this particular budget.
Okay, that makes sense. That's what it seems. Just wanted to make sure we're not missing anything. So what remains is $152,000, which covers your position salary and benefits, and approximately $7,000 for supplies and materials. Can you tell us how the supplies funding has been used in the past?
Well, you were right when you stated that Moore falls under Executive Office of the Mayor, but also it is underneath the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, which I'm grateful for that office and its leadership. And so when I have need for supplies, I go directly to MOCA and one of the quarantine members who are responsible for that, and they are able to help facilitate my obtaining necessary supplies. It could be as simple as pen and paper, those types of things.
Okay. All right. I wonder why. I just don't know why that's in your office's budget and not the MOCA budget. So we'll look into that. Not obviously the biggest line item in the world. And so do you have a purchase card provided by the Office of Contracting and Procurement to purchase your supplies, or do you just go exclusively to MOCA?
Right. I do not have a card, and that's what I do. I go to MOCA. You can imagine. We also is simply of having a file cabinet with a set of supplies until I need something, specific for my office.
Okay. Okay. And so have you? I guess there are only so many ways you could answer this, but do you feel limited in how you can use the funds allocated? Well, your access to supplies. Do you believe that your office operates kind of fine going through MOCA as opposed to sort of having an independent supplies, access to an independent supplies budget?
Well, one, I believe it works because I've never been without. I've never had to ask and been turned down. But the second aspect of that is working and having the benefit of MOCA is I don't have to do it myself, and it frees me up for other things.
Sure. Okay. Are any of the funds that your office expends or MOCA expends, to your knowledge, efforts to recruit religious institutions to use excess land for affordable housing?
No, because as you know, it is DACD that handles and deals with the Housing Production Trust Fund. So it's, my budget is called collaboration. Mm-hmm. And it's been collaborating with that office that, one is able to have the resources needed in order to do that.
Okay. But yeah, that's an effort that has borne some fruit, and it's one that I like. I think works well. So I'm always wondering how we are coordinating that and pushing that along. What would you say are your top 2 or 3 priorities for FY22, or even for this calendar year, if that's easier?
Yeah, the mayor told me when I came into this position, when she allowed me to assume it, that I'm to concern myself with more than parking, although parking is an issue that we will concern ourselves with this year. We just continue to work with that. But she was really, nearly 5 years ago, had a focus on getting houses of worship to repurpose available land for affordable housing. And over the last year with experience, that has actually caused many places of worship to rethink how they go about and their physical aspect. So having these conversations with places of worship who are ready to move those who are considering will be something that I'm focused on. I benefit from the previous director, Donald Isaac, who works in that space, Reverend Donald Isaac, as well as a group of faith leaders who meet weekly to think about these things. The district church and Pastor Aaron and Sherry, they're involved in this work. We have a huge appetite among faith leaders in our city, Reverend H. Lionel Edmonds, to do this work. So we will definitely, with the investment, 400 million is nothing to sneeze at, be trying to encourage more people to get involved. Along with that, there's the work that's unfortunate, right? I said in my opening remarks that hate has no place in the district. And as we sit here, we see that there's concern among many of our faith leaders and faith communities. I've just heard yesterday from a member of our Jewish community who wants to get together and have an interfaith dialogue and discussion about hate crime. So that will be something that we will continue to deal with going forward. The faith community has a special and unique role to play in our city. So anytime you see folk not being as involved as we want them to be in our economy, and in the things that we value as a city, and the faith leaders are want to come and get involved and to make sure that we are intentionally reaching out to those individuals. So that is some of the work by definition of my office in the faith community.
In one of our previous conversations, you had mentioned potential grant funding from the federal government for religious institutions that have faced hate crime. You were just speaking about this vandalism to update their security. Has there been any movement on this?
Yeah, the window closed, I want to say a month and a half or 2 months ago. We were able to get information out to houses of worship, and when we had a large number, as in the previous year, to apply. Unfortunately, there was at least one who came back a little bit too late, but they're gearing things up for the next cycle. But yeah, we have churches who are applying for this cycle, and my understanding that the amount available has increased. But as you mentioned, that we're also using that same channel to work with our community, because those dollars were coming through FEMA. And now FEMA has released dollars to help, unfortunately, with the burial assistance of those who had lost loved ones due to COVID. And just actually, after I contacted FEMA, HZEMA, our office, has agreed to help lead the charge, and we'll be offering webinars to assist, unfortunately, that 1,136 families who have lost loved ones in our city, to obtain the monies that FEMA is offering that will date back to January 20th, 2020.
Oh, that's good. That is good. Hopefully more on the preventative side than the really more tragic results of COVID that you were just discussing. In our last hearing, you had mentioned the faith and vaccine program in partnership with our religious institutions. How is that going? And has there been sort of robust buy-in across the city?
It had its peak, right? We know it was, the testimonies were amazing, and the seeing the folk who were eligible for a vaccine but had not moved toward getting one, and to see someone 100+ years old saying that when they heard that it was at a place of worship, they wanted to get the vaccine.
Yeah.
To go to a place like Sacred Heart and be ready for 200 individuals who had signed up, only to see 2 hours before there's a line going around the corner of folk patiently waiting and hoping to get on the list. And so when we were ready for 200, we just had to go ahead and vaccinate 424 folk on that day. And that happened on multiple occasions. But now we're in that space, right, where we need everyone, all hands on deck. That's why we're going to have our second day of action. It's going to take all of us in the community to encourage our neighbors, our friends, and even strangers to share our stories so that we can move, because I deal in faith work. I have not given up on the notion of herd immunity. We want to see and make sure that we remove the barriers and the hesitancy to anyone and make sure that they get vaccinated. So that's where the faith in vaccine is kind of moving in that space. And whereas I mentioned, oh, we were ready for 200 and got 400, if we can get 2 a day, 3 a day, it's going to be piecemeal in terms of how we reach that point. We have to do that work every day to make sure the faith community is poised. So we'll be having some permanent locations to come up around our city where people know they can go to a place of worship and receive the vaccine.
Is there more that we can or need to do in some parts of our city to expand this program?
We remain open. I know that DC Health, we better answer that, are receiving, I believe, proposals of those who want to set up vaccine clinics. But it takes all of us with our thoughts and ideas on how can we do it. The answer will not come from an office run by one. It's going to take the thoughts of everyone. We got to do what we can, and we continue on a daily basis to ascertain ways to reach those who have been hesitant.
And you just kind of referenced the Department of Health as is really the agency that would have the most knowledge about certain parts of the city. But I guess not looking at geographic divides in our city, but religious divides. Are there religious communities or non-religious communities, as we had discussed last time, where you are seeing particular resistance?
Good question. I thought for a time, and whenever I perceived that, to be moved in that area, right? I had read one day that there were members of the Muslim community who may have been hesitant, but Imam Talib was one of the first ones to stand in line when he became eligible, and so we took the clinic to Masjid Muhammad to make sure that he can carry that message far and broad. So I wouldn't say that there's one particular faith community that's been hesitant. I think it's broad. You'll find people who practice Christian faith who remain hesitant. But we do utilize their spiritual leaders as a trusted messenger, a credible voice to try to speak to whatever concern they may and to move in the direction of taking the vaccine.
Those are all the questions I have today. Are there any other issues that you think are important to bring up on the record before we close this portion of the hearing?
I would just say in closing, because all of us, I would just say this. There is a place for faith in the District of Columbia. Places of worship are wanted and they are needed. Our going back and talking about the faith in vaccine is what the community needs to understand as part of the reason we need a vibrant faith community in Washington, D.C. And I'm thankful and grateful for Mayor Bowles and her leadership in recognizing this. And I'm thankful also to our faith leaders for the way they've been able to step up each and every time. And I hope that the larger community comes to respect that.
Well, I appreciate that. I hope so as well. Places of worship, not just Christian, but across the board have played a long and integral role in our city. We wouldn't be where we are without them. So I appreciate them, and I appreciate the work that you are doing coordinating our government along with them. So thank you again, Director Bowen.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Next, we will welcome Director Jennifer Porter, Director of the Office of Women's Policy and Initiatives.
Hello.
Director Porter, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Happy Friday.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We might even get some sunlight today. We'll see.
I'm hoping so.
Depends on how long your testimony is.
Okay, I'll be brief.
Well, no, welcome. It is the custom of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath, so I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. Have to make that quick edit. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Porter. I'm the Director of the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy and Initiatives. And I'd like to take this time, of course, to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership and commitment to empowering women and girls in the District of Columbia. This commitment is evident in the Mayor's FY 2022, Fair Shot budget proposal. I would also like to thank the committee for its work in supporting women and their families in our city, and thank our DC Commission for Women for their dedication, advice, and support of our work. By lending their expertise and support, it's been critical to our success. Now I'm delighted to share the outcomes of our 2021 budget and how we plan on continuing our work with the investments made for FY22. Mayor Bowser has been committed to reaching district women and girls and particularly supporting their economic mobility. MOPI is dedicated to providing district women with the resources to, 1, be equipped to achieve economic equality, 2, access the quality life-saving health services, 3, ensure that all district women have the freedom to live safely without fear in both public and private spaces, and 4, engage with other district women, ensuring that residents are made aware of the agency and its resources to enhance their lives. The public health emergency brought a unique opportunity for MOPI to innovate, to reach women who are leading. We remain focused each day on creating pathways to the middle class by supporting investments in education, affordable housing, infrastructure, public safety, and people. To fulfill the goals of the administration and the equitable intent of Mayor Bowser's team, we work closely with the members of the DC Commission for Women to identify specific issues affecting women and girls in the district. We develop innovative and relevant and impactful programs and initiatives to help them. While many district residents lost their work during the public health emergency, we know that the economic fallout has particularly been felt by women. Women who've left the workforce at much higher rates than their male counterparts. And in our focus in FY21 was to engage them in programming that would help them have a fair shot to the middle class. That's why we're so encouraged by the investments the mayor has made for FY 2022 to ensure that women and girls can make the rebound that they deserve. In implementing our goals for programming, we continually sought to engage community partners who could enhance these efforts currently, and we recruited government and community partners who operate at both local and national levels. I'll share a few highlights of our efforts. MOPI and the DC Commission for Women could not have predicted that connecting women to vital financial empowerment and education and making connections to women financial leaders would prove critical in the coming year. It's our desire to continue this initiative as the mayor has proposed great investments in this area by including $3.8 million to expand DC's Opportunity Accounts Match Savings Program to help up to 600 residents a year save for college, continue education, job training, first-time home purchases, small business development, and more. Each year, MOPI highlights Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and each October, we participate in partnerships with our commission to encourage government officials, employees, and residents to participate. In 2020, we partnered with the DC Rape Crisis Center to share information and education, and the commission created a virtual service project donating self-care kits to the center for survivors who were seeking their services at such a critical time. The mayor's commitment to ensuring that individuals that are survivors of domestic violence are cared for is reflected in the budget proposal by adding $67 million to provide additional emergency and transitional shelter for survivors of domestic violence and permanent supportive housing recipients and expanding domestic violence services. We are proud this year to bring back our wage negotiation trainings in partnership with the American Association of University Women. MOPI has continued our partnership to equip women with tactics to negotiate salaries that they deserve, that are equal to their male counterparts. At a time more critical than ever that we have an opportunity to close the gender inequity in pay, we are resourcing women going back to work to negotiate higher salaries. We'll continue to offer this class, and we're proud to partner with the Department, of Insurance and Securities Banking to provide a unique training series to discuss fiscal topics that are specific to women, like financial independence and the intersection of domestic violence, saving for starting a family, and how to pay for your children for college while also paying your own student loans. We have had great success and engagement with these series, and we look forward to continuing them. While these programs and events are chiefly hosted and facilitated by MOPI and its corresponding budget, we are proud to support the critical investments that the mayor has committed in her FY 2022 budget. By investing $18 million in health equity, we can help close the racial and economic health gap in women across the economic spectrum. And we're particularly excited about some of the funding that will go to doula services for women on Medicaid, allowing a wider support network for our expectant mothers. The mayor's budget also funds the flagship Maternal and Infant Health Summit, a critical event working to support research and discussion about how the health of our new families are critical in our city. Another investment that MOPI will be really proud to promote is that to the residents we serve is the expanded funding for childcare and incentives to train and recruit early childhood education professionals. This $68 million investment will help to ease the undue burden that women have in raising our children without access to adequate and affordable childcare. Mayor Bowser's budget ensures that the women and girls of Washington, D.C. have the needed resources for the COVID-19 response and recovery efforts, and that our city is a place where they and their families can thrive. Again, in closing, I'd like to thank Mayor Bowser for her budget, one that honors the sacrifices of our residents during this COVID-19 pandemic, and by setting our community up for strong recovery. A strong economic recovery, a strong academic recovery, and a strong recovery of our community's physical and mental health. Lastly, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for your leadership, and I look forward to working with you all to fulfill these commitments to women. We appreciate the opportunity to share our accomplishments for the amazing women in the district. This concludes my testimony, and I am happy to address any questions you have.
Thank you very much. The wage negotiations training, how has that gone, and what does attendance look like at those?
Sure. So we launched the series during our Women's History Month, and we were excited. They've been going really well. It was interesting because the one that we launched, this is kind of a pilot for us to have it in a virtual setting. And so normally we have it in person. And so the response that we got to the content was really positive. And I think it's basically setting up an opportunity for us to continue to expand in the feedback that we got. It was funny because as we talk about wage negotiation and the importance of women negotiating going back to work, there were questions around, are there continued resources to help to talk about financial management? And it was funny because we were like, yes, we have this financially fit program that we have with Disby. So it's been going well. I think, the response is great. The fact that people are engaged and they're wanting to hear more about it.
Okay. I think it's an important topic. Probably a very needed training for many people, particularly women who tend to be paid less than their male counterparts. The mayor's proposed budget would reduce your office's budget by 8.75%, but it would maintain the 3 full-time employees. So where would the $30,000 reduction come from in your office's budget?
So very similarly to Reverend Bowen, our budget is actually exactly like Reverend Bowen's budget. Our budget is a part of the community affairs section of the budget of the Executive Office of the Mayor. So very similarly to the impact in Rev's budget, our budget was brought to alignment with the FTEs that we have had for the past few years.
Okay, so there are no, even though there is a small cut to your agency's budget, I guess technically, there are no policy changes or initiative changes?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Obviously, you mentioned this in your testimony, women have taken an incredible hit economically over the past year and a half as a result of COVID. Has your office done an analysis of the impact that COVID-19 has had on women in DC or sort of resources that the city will need, women in our city will need to stabilize?
We haven't done a formal analysis, but I can definitely say informally, and to your point about the wage negotiation trainings, what we hear and what we see the economy has felt is we know that women are impacted. And so this is for us thinking strategically about the initiatives that we are doing. And I think there's definitely an opportunity for us to look, across sectors at the greatest impact. But I think when we look at programmatically, we're trying to see what are the greatest opportunities as we come back that we can impact programming, in a year unique like no other. So to your point about the wage negotiation training, women are coming back. This is the only time in a generation where we've had this kind of asterisk, and when we look at the gender pay inequality, we have an opportunity to use this intervention to really train women so that as they come back, we can really do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the mayor's investments and how we can continue to do some analysis and see not only the impact, but what we need to do moving forward to improve the lives of women in the city.
What are some of the top goals and projects that your office and the commission have for the upcoming fiscal year?
Sure. So as Reverend Bowen shared, our offices are very, very unique. Our goal is really to extend to the community in an outreach through our outreach to share the critical investments and the resources that the district is offering that people don't know. I always say, my tagline is, we amplify government to women. And so our priority right now, as we're in this recovery phase, is one, to make sure that women in the city know about these critical investments. And so we do that in several ways. I think second, and probably not second, if I were to put them in one first or second, but definitely promoting opportunities for health and priority, making sure that people are healthy when it comes to learning about opportunities to get vaccinated and being safe. And we're joining our MOCA partners in doing that. But part of being healthy throughout this pandemic, particularly for women, is protecting our mental health. and wellness. And so we have several of our virtual series that are prioritized. We have our Well Women Wednesday series, which we're really proud of, that we pivoted during the pandemic to be a self-care series. And so while we are talking about women's wellness, we're talking about ways that we can improve the mental health of women through our government programs. So for example, and I shared a little bit about this program at the previous hearing, but sharing with women, did you know our DC libraries have amazing resources, the labs, they have therapeutic writing programs and ebooks and opportunities for us to learn how to move forward on this self-care journey. The last series that we did, we talked about our community gardens program and initiatives that DPR has that investments that have been made that a lot of women just don't know about. And so while we're, coming out of this phase, we want to come back, making sure that we're healthy. And that's definitely a second priority. I think we've also prioritized our girls and making sure that we're checking in with them socially, emotionally, seeing how they're doing, while we're all, the adults in the room are trying to figure things out. We want to make sure that we're engaged with them and prioritizing them. And we had a fantastic school year with our girls. And we are excited and looking forward to the opportunity to engage girls in the Summer Youth Employment Program because they are a priority for us. And so I'll stop there and share those priorities.
And how does the commission fit in with your office's goals?
Yes, so the commission is the center. The commission really guides our work. And, I shared, you mentioned how we've kind of analyzed and what we've heard. The commission really helps us to identify what they're hearing. They critique our work, they offer suggestions. Even this week, we're doing our vaccination outreach, and our commissioners are helping us to identify locations, community partners, ideal opportunities. They are our eyes and ears, and they help us to see things that maybe we haven't seen. And they really are the center of the foundation of our work. But they also are a part of implementing the work, and they help our work to be sustainable. And so whether, it's identifying speakers that will draw women to a program to learn about a great DC agency resource, they really are kind of the center of our work.
And as you set and work through your goals, are there any metrics that your office uses to measure your performance?
Yes, and I can share a little bit more with you about that. I think we do have some opportunities of growth, especially now that we're opening. I think this past year in a virtual setting, while our feedback in the digital space for some of our virtual offerings, we're looking to kind of measure and get a lot more feedback, and that I think there's opportunities of growth there. But I can definitely say in terms of measuring engagement, I think we're definitely being able to engage residents, and in terms of our metrics of success with reaching women, I think we definitely have been successful there.
The commissioner in the office have actually pretty broad powers to do things like conduct studies and develop and conduct programming in areas like elimination of sex discrimination, hours, wage, and working condition issues, education, improving facilities for childcare and youth development, and equal rights of women. I don't think your office or the commission have conducted or commissioned any studies in recent years. Is this an area that the office plans to pursue? Is there a reason that you don't commission studies?
There's not necessarily a reason we don't, and it's definitely something that we've been in discussion with this year. I think this is, a great time and an opportunity to do so, especially with the unique experience that we had this past year. I think collectively looking at some of the health outcomes for women and economic outcomes for women, being able to pull that information together is something that we definitely, it's definitely an opportunity for us to do and something we're interested in.
What services does the agency provide to residents? And I ask this because when I was on the office's website, I couldn't find a lot of information about your previous events or constituent services that you provide. So how would you characterize that?
Sure. So I think as far as services, and I think one of the things that can be a little confusing is we're in the same cluster as some of our sister agencies who like, for example, our cultural agencies, or even like the Office on Veterans Affairs that administers grants or provides like language or translation services. And you'll see reflected that their budgets are very different than ours. We really, our goal is to amplify government to women. So while you don't see direct services, our services are our initiatives. So our initiatives include promoting our trainings. We offer the wage negotiation trainings. We curate programming, like our partnership with the Department of Insurance and Securities Banking, our Financially Fit program, leading women to be resourced by our sister and implementing agencies.
The commission, I actually don't know how many commissions can do this, but the commission has the authority to apply for and receive grants to fund its programs and activities. In FY20 and 21, it has not done that. Do you think this is something the commission needs to be looking at? And obviously, FY21 came with some challenges, but is this something that you think that should be on the commission's radar?
I have to defer to the commission, honestly. Our commission breaks mid-year, so they're currently on a break. But when we come back, we always have a commission retreat and prioritize goals. And the commissioners do a great job of identifying gaps that they see in the community. And if there is a program or initiative that the commission thinks that there are opportunities, we look forward to hearing from them. But in the past, they have not, and they have actually prioritized us promoting some of the investments and programs that our agencies are implementing, and making sure that women can get the word out about programs that we do have funded that they are not participating in, not because they don't need them or want them, but because they just don't know about them.
Right. Well, I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have today. Is there anything that we've missed that you think is important to put on the record?
I do have a shameless plug.
Go for it.
That I would love to share. We have a monthly web series called Maternal Mondays. I share a few of the investments that the mayor made for our moms and expanding doula services, and we're really proud of it. But the first Monday of every month, we have our Maternal Monday series. And this month's series, we every June, we pitch, and the Office on Fathers, Men, and Boys is a takeover, a special Father's Day edition. So I want everybody to tune in, showing love to all the DC dads. And we're actually going to be talking about dads, and it'll be led by the Office of Fathers, Men, and Boys. So happy Father's Day, and want everybody to check out our Maternal Mondays special edition.
Did you say the time? I might have missed it.
3 o'clock on our Facebook page.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Director Porter, I appreciate the work that you and your office are doing, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you. You too. We will now turn to our final government witness for today, Director Domingo from the Office of Veterans Affairs. Director, good to see you today.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being here. As you probably recall from our oversight hearing, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities, staff, and all those who testified today. I am Elliot Domingo, Director of the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs. I'm a 15-year veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps, with split time between active duty and the reserves as an enlisted infantryman and a communications officer. I am pleased to testify before you today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2022 Fair Shot budget proposal. Mayor Bowser's Fair Shot budget responsibly navigates the district's pandemic recovery while ensuring our veterans are safe and healthy. This budget continues to make Washington, D.C. a place where veterans and their families can live and thrive by making key investments in infrastructure, education, affordable housing, health and human services, economic opportunity, seniors, public safety, and veteran advocacy. These investments reflect some of the key priorities identified by district veterans who participated in the Mayor Bowser's FY22 virtual budget engagement forums. As I highlighted in my recent performance oversight hearing, MOA divides its effort into 3 pillars: services, programs, and outreach. Over the past year, MOVA served, enrolled, or directly engaged 3,221 DC veterans and their family members. MOVA, like a majority of district government, moved to virtual operations during the public health emergency and was still able to provide all 3 pillars of support to our district 30,000 veterans. MOVA's primary service is assisting veterans, veteran spouses, family members, and survivors in applying for their benefits from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs by initiating or reopening claims on their behalf. Since March 16th, 2020, MOVA has continued with its claim service in a virtual capacity. This includes preparing all proper forms for filing claims, advising veterans on the VA appeals process, and notifying veterans about claims decisions as they are received. During the COVID-19 pandemic, MOVA has assisted 128 DC veterans who were awarded $416,021 in recurring VA disability compensation and $155,151 in retroactive payments. This equals an increase of $1,300 per month on average of VA benefit for every DC veteran who filed through the MOVA's claim service. As discussed during MOVA's FY21 performance hearing, the average state level veteran service officer to veteran ratio is 1 to 9,340, while MOVA's sole district VSO is responsible for all 30,000 DC veterans and their families. Mayor Bowser has recognized the value of the service and allocated an additional VSO to MOVA's staff in FY22, funded through an additional $100,000. This enhancement will lower MOVA's appointment wait time from 6 to 3 weeks while promoting MOVA's current DVSO to a senior position with appeals capabilities. Currently, appeal cases are referred to the Veteran of Foreign Wars, and once referred, MOVA has no oversight or ability to track that case. A dedicated senior district veteran service officer will allow MOVA to address more complex claims cases while taking full ownership of the DC veteran claims and appeals process from start to finish. MOVA is grateful for this expanded capability and will continue to provide DC veterans a high-quality claims program while keeping them informed of the VA's policy changes during the vaccination and economic recovery process. MOVA's next pillar of support is programs, specifically transportation programs. Since its inception in November 2017, the MOVA Vets Rides program has provided thousands of free taxi rides to hundreds of veterans. In November 2019, MOVA relaunched the Vets Rides program with Department of For Hire vehicles and VIA. Through this program, we were able to provide over 6,000 free rides to 586 low-income, unemployed, and homeless veterans to health and housing appointments, food distribution sites, grocery stores, pharmacies, educational opportunities, employment, COVID-19 testing sites, and most importantly, vaccination sites. VIA ride vouchers have increased from 4 to 10 per month, with the option of rolling over any unused voucher into the following month. Additionally, MOVA allocated $10,000 in administration fees to purchase hand sanitizers, masks, gloves, and personal protective equipment needed to keep VetsRides customers and drivers safe during the COVID-19 emergency and recovery period. MOVA will continue to maximize the VetsRides program during FY22 and is budgeted to provide over 14,000 ride vouchers for DC veterans and their family members. In FY22, MOVA will continue to utilize fiscally responsible strategies and effective partnerships to maintain programs for DC veterans. The Pathways to Work program administered by MOVA and the Central Corrections Unit, or CCU, allows DC veterans to settle their account with a 40% reduction of the total debt on balances up to $1,500 and 30% reduction for any debt over $1,500. Once a settlement plan is finalized, DC veterans can obtain a driver's license and remove any other obstacle to employment. To date, 43 DC veterans have obtained their driver's license through this program, resulting in $24,108 worth of tickets written off and $21,020 collected. MOVA is coordinating with CCU during the summer's ticket amnesty period, and the Pathways program will continue once the amnesty concludes. MOVA's third pillar of support is outreach and community engagement. During FY22, MOVA will continue to develop and host a recurring community events, including small business courses, legal clinics, and monthly DC veteran roundtables, where at least twice a year, these roundtables are focused on advocacy of women or LGBTQ veterans. Since March 2020, MOVA has moved its monthly roundtables to our WebEx channel and saw a large spike in participation. Average in-person veteran roundtables attended was 55 veterans and caregivers in person, whereas our virtual veteran roundtables have been over 125. Once authorized, MOVA is prepared to resume in-person roundtables, but would maintain a virtual attendance option. Additionally, MOVA supports COVID-19 testing and vaccination messaging by gathering correct and accurate information. Since March 2020, I have weekly one-on-one sync calls with DC VA Medical Center Director Michael Heimel to discuss the testing and vaccine numbers, veteran case numbers, and instructions for veteran appointments. As of May 19th, 2021, the DC Medical Center has vaccinated 64,595 veterans in the National Capital Region. Director Heimel's honesty and access has been instrumental in providing authoritative and accurate messaging to our veteran population and their families. MOVA's top FY22 strategic goals remain affordable long-term housing solutions for DC veterans and continued coordination with the DC VA Medical Center. MOVA is fully committed to Mayor Bowser's vision of creating 36,000 new housing units by 2025. MOVA will continue working with its veteran housing partners, US Vets, Veterans on the Rise, Help USA, and the DC VA Medical Center Community Resource and Referral Center to ensure our veterans are properly enrolled in short-term transitional housing programs. Concurrently, MOVA will develop solutions with the DC Housing Authority and DC Department of Human Services for long-term housing vouchers. MOVA is also excited in Mayor Bowser's commitment to include veterans in the expanding opportunities of the medical cannabis industry, proposing $300,000 to provide financial and technical assistance through grants and direct assistance to medical cannabis certified business enterprises, including veteran-owned businesses. In closing, the resources allocated to the Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs and FY22 budget will play a critical role in supporting residents' efforts to reach and remain on the pathway to middle class. The council and this committee are critical allies in this effort, and I appreciate your work to ensure we operate efficiently and effectively. I look forward to continue to work together and achieve our shared goals and give all residents a fair shot to benefit from Washington, D.C.'s continued prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director. Let me start with something that came up in earlier testimonies. There were several public witnesses who testified with a request, and this came up at our performance oversight hearing as well, requesting an LGBTQ coordinator within your office. One of the questions I asked them, though, was whether they know how many LGBTQ veterans we have in DC. And the response was that that's not information we collected. Is that something that your office could begin collecting?
Absolutely. I plan on working with the DC Office of Planning this year, and perhaps even commissioning a study. We have some funds that were not executed in NPS that we could still execute because we could not put on events this year. We could execute to even commission a study with Office of Planning to get strong numbers on our LGBTQ and homeless veterans specifically. Additionally, using the DCV Medical Center's point in time counts, and then of course our census data. My plan for this coming year is to definitely have a strong report on that we will put out just like we have in the past with our DC veteran demographics.
When would that report be put out?
I would start that this summer and work that into FY22.
Okay, and so your goal is within that report to have a count of the number of LGBTQ veterans?
Yes. In the past, we've done DC veteran data work with the DC Office of Planning that broke down our veteran data by ward, sex, race, gender, theaters of war, time and grade. A lot of information we could include, and we could definitely bring in LGBTQ veterans and then use that for a more concise homeless veteran count as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's great news. Please do keep us updated on the timeline.
Absolutely.
Your budget saw an increase of about $91,000, and the bulk of that was for the addition of a new FTE or employee, a veteran service officers. This is something that we heard the need for previously. So how will this position benefit our veterans?
So right now we have one veteran service officer for 30,000 veterans, where your average state VA district area level VA maybe has one for about every 9,300 veterans. So we have about a 6-week wait time for appointments. This will divide that in half. There is a high demand for this service. So first, they will cut our wait time in half and allow us to do double the claims every year for our veterans. And most importantly, with that, it allowed me to take my current VSO, who's more senior, and allow them to work on appeals in these much more complex cases that would take a lot of time. So we bring in a new VSO that can work those initial claims, those more standard claims, and allows my senior VSO to take that claims process from the beginning to the end if an appeal is required, and focus on the more complex claims that could take a week or so that just he can't solely focus on right now due to the huge influx of just the basic claims coming through the door.
Okay, wonderful. Is there any harm? Certainly there's, I'm sure, an annoyance when it takes 6 weeks to meet a request. But is there any financial impact on veterans from this delay? I mean, I know people get more money more quickly, but do they get less money because of the delay?
No, the VA, Mayor Bowser and actual Congresswoman Holmes Norton sent a letter up to the VA when the pandemic started, because for allowing the intent to file, when you put an intent to file into the VA, you have a year to make that claim complete. Okay. The pandemic slowed that down. So they waived the intent to file 12-month period over the pandemic, which has been very nice. And that was actually instigated through Mayor Bowser and Congresswoman Holmes Norton's letters that went up to the VA, and many other governors got on board, and they made that change. So we did not see any significant impact to the claims process besides just the fact that they had to go virtual and it slowed down. But all the claims that were put in were reviewed, and we're seeing the awards come back now.
Okay, wonderful. And your budget chapter also reflects a change in the function of an existing employee from agency management to outreach. What's the purpose of this shift?
Oh, so basically what we did was we have the 10, this is the addition of the one FTE that's coming in to do services. I have this right here. Hang on. We also had all 10 agency management split out into 0.1, but these were actually my budget, my line. We combined them into one under agency management. But what I can do is send you a byline follow-up explanation of this and break it down for you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And is there anything that your office could do as you work on the report to really identify the number of LGBTQ residents? And I appreciate the work that you all are doing in your testimony. Is there more your office can do to meet or assess the needs of LGBTQ veteran residents as the work on that report is ongoing?
So we've already had some discussions. One thing I'm trying to avoid my office doing is duplicating the LGBTQ office's mission. But there's no reason that we can't work with them to start perhaps hosting office hours there with one of our claims officers or outreach officers that you can go over there, meet specifically with LGBTQ veterans, and then get educated on some of the issues, concerns we're seeing there. Now, our director of operations, she is an LGBTQ woman veteran. She's very knowledgeable in the community's needs, but at the same time, we could have more of a presence just simply in the LGBTQ office without having to stand up a full new duplicate effort. Working with the LGBTQ office, I believe we could get a better understanding of their community and how many veterans are out there just through the meetings, and working with the DCVA Medical Center and their data counts as they are starting to collect better data, especially on their women veterans and LGBTQ veterans. But I think us just coordinating more with that office, which we will be doing this summer and into the fall, will help with that.
Okay, I think that would be helpful and welcome, and would be a good discussion to have with the community. Your budget also reflects an offsetting decrease of $22,000 in your professional services budget in CSG 40. Where's that money coming from, and what will be the impact from that?
Oh, so it'll be very transparent to the veteran, the customer on the end. This was coming from our outreach budget where we would usually host events throughout the year. DC hires vets, things like that. We were not able to do that through FY21. And we'll be catching up with, and during FY22, I plan to work more heavily with our partners so that we don't have to fund as much of the event. We have some great community partners like DCHR and the DC Armory, so we don't need to run out of the menu. We use the Armory. We can make up that cost transparently to the user by just doing more partnership events.
Your testimony was very helpful in understanding some of the efforts from your office and some of the metrics. One thing I wanted to get a little more clarification on is the Pathways to Work program that allows DC veterans to settle their accounts with a reduction of debts. What types of debts does this apply to?
This is for any veteran that has outstanding tickets, towing, or booting. So our job is to verify the veteran is a DC veteran, and then set up their appointment with CCU and validate all their paperwork before we send them over there. CCU then sets up the actual payment plan and program with them, and then DMV accepts the CCU plan and then provides their license.
Okay, and is there a minimum debt that veterans need in order to participate?
I'll get back to you on that. I believe there is, and I want to say it's 800, but I'm not 100%. I'm going to send that to you in a follow-up.
I appreciate it. And forgive me if you mentioned this in your testimony, I didn't hear it. On Vets Ride program, you actually answered most of my questions on this, but do you anticipate any changes in that program in FY22?
So what we did in FY21, because veterans were following the mayor's guidance, what we saw in FY19 and FY20 was the vouchers went really fast. We burned through that money quickly. The veterans used it for education. VA Medical Center, when the pandemic hit, they weren't going out as much as they were not supposed to. So we upped the voucher use so that they could use some more of that funds. Now that we're starting to see much less restrictions, I have a strong feeling that we will see a boom in usage. If I'll take a hard look at FY22 quarter one of that usage, and if I view that it's on track to expire all the vouchers before the end of the year, then we'll move that vouchers down from maybe 10 to 6 or 6 to 4. The goal is to make sure the program lasts all year and that every veteran can use it throughout the year. So simply the vouchers can be moved. So the voucher usage per month could be changed from 10 vouchers a month to 6 vouchers a month per person. Yeah. So each veteran right now can use 10 vouchers per month. They roll over if they don't use them. So they don't use them month one, they can have up to 20 a month too. we can change all that with VIA on the fly month to month if we need to ensure that the funds last.
Okay. I mean, one of the things that I think you do want the funds to last. That's one goal. The other goal is to make sure people can use it when they need it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to think how we look at this over time to make sure that we budget this program sufficiently.
And so that was the point of the vouchers rolling over. That a lot of our veterans, they can manage their time. They know what they're doing. So I say, you have a DCVA Medical Center surgery coming up, and you have rehab then twice a week for 6 weeks. Save up some of your rollover vouchers for that month, and then that month all of a sudden you have 24 because you didn't use.
The individuals can roll them over.
They roll over, so you can save them up.
Ah, I see.
And that was a big catch with the rollover. So then it allows them to plan accordingly. They know they got surgery coming up. They know they have to be up there every other day the next month. Roll them over for 3 months then and save them up for 30 vouchers. And that month that surgery comes about.
Okay. Your office's spending in FY20 dropped from FY19 and was significantly less than what we approved in FY21 and less than what is proposed in FY22. I know that's a little bit confusing. All that to say, the spending in FY19 was pretty low. 2020 obviously was a unique year. So I'm trying to get a sense of kind of where the right budget numbers are. Do you anticipate that your non-personnel service costs in FY22 will return to pre-pandemic levels?
Yes, because we will be doing our DC Hires Vets events. We'll be doing our events will be occurring much more in person, and those in-person events require costs. At the same time, we have some outreach events that we'll be doing. We had good success with hanging static displays around the district, at least for Veterans Day. I plan on doing that again. That incurs a cost, but that type of outreach recognition had an impact and went down the war for places like that. I plan on doing that again for this coming Veterans Day. So we're seeing creative ways we can spend that NPS dollars outside of just events.
Okay. The law requires your office to endeavor to secure support for your operations from outside the district government. What steps have you taken to look for donations, grants, or volunteer services to support your proposed budget?
Yes, so a lot of our legal clinics, our DD-214 clinics, we bring in, those are DD-214 upgrades. So if a veteran gets a less than honorable discharge, and they're really cut off from a lot of the benefits. Now, some of those discharges we've seen have been a result of a lack of psychological assistance with PTSD, military sexual trauma, even racial bias from our Vietnam era veterans. And then hopefully soon, some of our Don't Ask, Don't Tell will be repealed in the way that those discharges can go from less than honorable to honorable. All of those legal services that do those upgrades with the DOD, those are all pro bono. And we bring in those lawyers from the Best Pro Bono Consortium, the National Veteran Legal Services Program. They're providing hundreds of thousands of dollars of legal services for free to our veterans that go through their DD-214 screening, and then they'll take their case on for free.
I now remember what question I was trying to remember to follow up on the previous question. As we kind of return to quote unquote normal, will you continue to try to offer some of your sessions virtually?
Yes, absolutely. So we've seen a lot of success in the virtual, especially the roundtables. We could even move that with with our veteran service officer, especially dealing for elderly veterans that maybe can't get down here as easily. We've been able to really set that up. And I mean, the pandemic forced us into that position, but there's good in that because it forced you outside our comfort zone and made us build another total way to serve our veterans. And we continue to use that because we become experts in it over the last year, and there's no reason to throw something out if you know how to use it.
Okay, that's good. That is good. What are,
Sorry, my light in here turned off.
no problem.
There it is. I guess our government buildings here are conserving energy, but they turned off when I'm still in here.
Glad to know the technology is still working.
It's working.
Have you how have you taken into account feedback that you've gotten from your advisory committee and from your monthly veteran roundtables, which I hear great things about?
I mean, our roundtables are great because it's a way for us to sanity check our programs. You know, a lot of the veterans come in that they've used our service officer, they use Vets Rights. It's a way for us to ensure the program's working. You know, especially as a director here, I can sit up in the ivory tower and think it's going great, but then I need to hear from the people actually using it, and this is a way for me to hear that. It's a way there are going to be issues with every program you have, and you got to take that criticism, and you got to listen to it and try to fix it. And that's what the roundtables provided a lot with program accountability, but at the same time, they've inspired ideas for programs. We saw, you know, where DD-214 upgrades really needed, and then a lot of people coming to our roundtables needed it. We didn't realize the demand for it. This was about 3 years ago. And then we realized, okay, we need to have these quarterly instead of maybe once a year. And that came out of the roundtables. It also lets us to see our federal partners. So are there issues at the VA Medical Center? You know, the DC VA Medical Center's come a long way in the last 3 years under Director Highmall's leadership, but, you know, 3 years ago, and there's still issues today. We need to hear them here so that we can go and advocate towards the VA about that. So that's what the roundtable is providing us. The advisory board has been great about getting our mission out there. And then if we need them to assist in promoting a program, if they want to help us develop a program, or they want to help us even with advocacy to our legislators and our lawmakers, they've been great in that aspect.
Wonderful. Those are all the questions I have for you today, Director. Is there anything else that that we didn't cover that you think is important to include for the record?
Not at this time. I'll get those deliverables back to you, especially on the CCU and the outreach breakdown of the budget line, and make sure that happens very quickly.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you for being here with us today. I appreciate the work that you and your office are doing a great deal.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That concludes all the questions that I have in all of our agency directors for today. I do really, again, want to thank our public witnesses, our advisory neighborhood commissioners, and our agency directors for joining us today. For those who were not able to testify but would like to submit testimony, you may do so. It is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. You can submit testimony by email to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us, facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Friday, June 11th. The business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 5:01 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.